Order, order. We start with questions. Secretary of State for Defence, Douglas McAllister.
Question number 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Thursday, I was proud to launch the Scotland Defence Growth Deal, which will increase the number of defence jobs in Scotland, invest in skills and make it easier for businesses, in particular SMEs, to do business in defence. This, alongside our commitment to increase naval shipbuilding in Scotland, will increase the number of high-skilled, high-wage jobs and make defence an engine for growth in Scotland.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome last week's announcement of the £50 million defence growth deal for Scotland, making Scotland an engine for defence growth, from ships in the Clyde to new engineering and innovation facilities from the West Coast to the East Coast, creating good, well-paid jobs for my West Dunbartonshire constituents and right across Scotland. Does he agree that after 2 decades of SNP failure, it's time for a Scottish Labour government that will actually back Scottish defence jobs?
Minister.
I do indeed, Mr. Speaker, I do indeed. And it is noticeable that when the Scottish Government's had an opportunity to invest in defence skills, they've chosen not to. When it came to the welding centre on the Clyde, only for the Defence Secretary to step in. And now, having issued the challenge to the Scottish Government alongside the Scotland Secretary to say, match our commitment to create 2 Defence Technical Excellence Colleges, one for the East Coast, one for the West Coast, and put the effort into investing in a whole new generation of young Scots to get the benefit of a rising defence budget in Scotland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The stench of pork barrel aroma was alive and well when the first defence growth deal was awarded to the Minister's own constituency. Over 6 months later, finally he gets round to making an award to Scotland, except when it comes to Scotland, £50 million turns into £20 million, and the Minister wants Scottish Government to foot the bill. So can he be clear with the House today? Why are there no strings attached to the £50 million for the Welsh defence growth deal, but there are strings attached to the Scottish defence growth deal? And does he expect the Scottish Government to fill up the £20 million he's allocated to the £50 billion that every other area has got?
Minister.
Just the politics of grievance from the SNP. Just the politics of grievance. £50 million from this Labour government supporting growth in Scotland. £5 million for the Arrow Gibb campus in Rosyth.
Order. Please, you've asked the question. At least listen to the answer, even if you disagree with it, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he didn't want to listen to the £5 million for the Arrow Gibb Centre and the Rosyth £5 million for the Clyde Engineering Campus, the extra funding that would create defence skills in a Defence Technical Excellence College. I hope he, on reflection, will ask his government in Scotland to back that Scottish Labour has backed, and back the funding for 2 Scottish DTECs.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to answer questions 3, 6 and 22 together. And before I start, I want to thank our British personnel working 24/7 in the Middle East, at home and around the world to protect British lives. For our part, Mr. Speaker, we're working flat out to settle the Defence Investment Plan. This is a plan for the 10-year transformation of Britain's defence as laid out in the Strategic Defence Review. We're fixing a military programme that, when we came into government, was overcommitted, underfunded and unsuited to the threats and conflicts we now face.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I draw the House's attention to my former role as the co-chair of the Defence Technology APPG. Mr. Speaker, when I was at Sandhurst, the colour sergeant would often say to us 3 minutes early is 2 minutes late when we were talking about punctuality. Well, when it comes to the Defence Investment Plan, it does feel more like on the bus, off the bus. So can the Secretary of State confirm whether it will be published before the House rises on the 26th of March?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, we will settle this Defence Investment Plan. Unlike the plans we've seen recently from previous governments, it will be affordable, it will be deliverable. The honourable gentleman knows from his time in service and his anecdote from Sandhurst there that after 14 years in which the Tory governments hollowed out the armed forces, we are now turning that around, putting £270 billion into defence in this Parliament. This is the biggest increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. We are delivering for defence. We're delivering for Britain.
In room.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we're still waiting for the Defence Investment Plan, according to the Strategic Defence Review, items should only be deleted from the Defence Investment Plan on the advice of the National Armaments Director, with service chiefs advising the Secretary of State. They must advise if anything is to be removed from the Defence to-do list. Has the Secretary of State received any such advice from, I understand it's a draft plan at the moment, but it must be finished?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, this is a whole defence effort, working flat out to deliver the Defence Investment Plan. It will put into practice that 10-year vision that the Strategic Defence Review he mentions set out in June last year. And when we have that complete, we will report that to the House.
For the best object.
Speaker, the delay to the Defence Investment Plan is obviously having a huge effect on our capabilities and is in danger of being overtaken by events. One of the items that we're waiting for approval on is the Block 2 of the underwater uncrewed vessels, the Mine Hydrographic and Countermeasures Capability Programme. Earlier on, the Prime Minister confirmed that there are autonomous mine-clearing vessels in the Gulf. Are the vessels that are in that region therefore currently deployable? And what is the support ship that will be supporting them, given that we saw HMS Stirling Castle leave Portsmouth this morning, but it will take at least 3 weeks for it to get to that region?
Very good question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he's the last person in this House to expect me to set out in detail in public those sort of operational arrangements. But I just say to him, the Defence Investment Plan is not holding up important decisions, important investment decisions. We've awarded over 1,200 major contracts since the election, and we've seen in his region a significant increase in defence investment going into businesses in the east of England, something I would have thought the House would have expected him to welcome.
Just come on.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Alongside this government's record investment in defence, steelworkers in my constituency will want to be assured that we're committed to using as much UK steel as possible as we invest. Please, can the Minister commit to that?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a principle of the investments that we are making as a Labour government that we will direct first British defence investment to British jobs, British businesses, British innovation, and we will ensure that the supply chains reflect that policy and political commitment. Because, Mr. Speaker, we're determined that this increase in defence investment also brings a defence dividend to all parts of the country, including in Wales there, measured in good jobs and future opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former parachute regiment reservist, I warmly welcome the government's clear focus on strengthening our armed forces and its defensive capability. However, the appetite for service remains high. We know that bureaucracy we inherited is something that's holding back recruitment. Will the Minister outline the steps his department is taking to support more working adults into joining the volunteer reserve forces?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. So we've swept away some of the old, long-standing rules that got in the way of people being recruited into the forces. There is no shortage of those who want to join, including young people in this country. It is the system that has too often been too slow, too bureaucratic, and raised barriers that were unnecessary to getting a range of good talent into our armed forces for the future.
Luke Charlton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my honourable friend's comments on the Defence Investment Plan and his leadership on increased defence spending. Does he agree that defence finance and investment strategy is actually key to unlocking the capital firms across the supply chain need to deliver for the DIP, and will he therefore update the House on when the DFIS will be published?
I do indeed, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is entirely right. Matched by the biggest increase in defence spending from public investment and public purse since the end of the Cold War. We are ensuring now that that leverage is in, not just additional sources of private investment, but record foreign direct investment, 3.2 billion into this country since the election, as well as the most successful British exports year on record in winning fresh business, fresh contracts, fresh opportunities to British innovators and British business.
Show Secretary of State James Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm not sure the Secretary of State heard the question from my honourable friend for Solihull West and Shirley, because it's incredibly simple. Will the Defence Investment Plan be published before the House rises on March the 26th?
So state.
We're working flat out to conclude the Defence Investment Plan. He will know, as the Minister for Defence Procurement, that left the defence programmes overcommitted, underfunded, unsuited to the threats and conflicts we face, just the scale and significance of the challenge that we're determined to meet, and we will.
James Carter.
Just to be absolutely, there's a reason that date matters, Mr. Speaker. It's when PERDA commences in the Scottish elections, then the Welsh elections and the local elections. It's our understanding, and he's welcome to correct this, that the Defence Investment Plan cannot be published during PERDA. If that is the case, if it is not published before the rise of the House on March the 26th, we won't get it until well into May. That's why this question is so important. So I'm going to ask him again, because he's failed to answer. It's very simple, straight question. It needs a straight answer. Will the Defence Investment Plan be published before the House rises for recess? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said, it will be published as soon as it is ready. And I just say to the honourable gentleman, this is not holding up major investments that we are making, over 1,200 major investments in contracts awarded since the election, 86% of them awarded to British-based businesses. So at the same time, we're boosting British security and the British economy.
James McCleary, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liberal Democrats share concerns about the whereabouts of the Defence Investment Plan and do urge the Government to come forward with its publication. However, last year's Strategic Defence Review also promised a Defence Readiness Bill. It would give government the powers to mobilise industry and reserves in a crisis. It would require proper reporting on our warfighting readiness, so this House and the country are not in the dark. At a time when senior military figures have warned repeatedly that Britain is not ready for war, my question is this: if the threat is urgent, why isn't the legislation? So if the Secretary of State can't tell us when he will be publishing the Defence Investment Plan, can he tell us when he will bring forward the Defence Readiness Bill?
So state.
Well, the honourable gentleman, and I appreciate his interest in this, recognises that this is a question, as the Strategic Defence Review said, for the whole of society and the whole of government. And that preparation for greater defence readiness, greater society and economic readiness is going on at this present time. It's going alongside the work that we're doing in defence with other parts of government to make sure that we can deliver the Defence Investment Plan, and then we will be able to go on in due course to deliver a Defence Readiness Bill.
Number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, alongside the conflict in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine continues to rage. Russia has taken over 1,000 casualties a day and launched over 55,000 missile and drone attacks against Ukraine just in the last year. At the latest Ukraine Defence Contact Group, the Defence Secretary announced a new air defence package of missiles and systems worth over $500 million to protect Ukraine against Russian attacks. And in coming months, the UK will deliver an additional 1,200 air defence missiles and 200,000 rounds of artillery through the Air Defence Consortium.
Healey.
I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's leadership on Ukraine has been exemplary. Does the Minister agree with me that this leadership has helped to secure US commitments on security for Ukraine, and that this demonstrates the importance of the US-UK defence relationship for international security?
Minister.
The UK and the US relationship remains stalwart. Our collective leadership on Ukraine has been second to none. The Defence Secretary's leadership of the Ukrainian Defence Contact Group has stimulated billions of pounds worth of investment, and we are delivering in support not just of the UK's security, but European security through Ukraine.
So Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister previously in the last few weeks has been very clear about what he considers to be our role under international law if we believe that allies are being attacked. In that case, does he, in the case of Ukraine, see exactly the same status for Ukraine as an ally, that them under attack means that we are, by necessity, directly involved.
Minister.
So as the honourable member will know, the right honourable member will know, we continue to support Ukraine with almost as much capability as we can. The leadership through the UDCG, with capability and industrial working groups back both within the United Kingdom and across Europe, will continue to support them and do everything we can to ensure the sanctity of Ukrainian sovereignty.
Murphy.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, at the election, military morale had fallen to record lows, and we promised, as a new government, to renew the nation's commitment to those who serve. That is what we are doing. The biggest forces pay increase for more than 2 decades, landmark investment to buy back and to renew nearly 40,000 military family homes, wraparound childcare extended for those serving overseas. Mr. Speaker, when we say we're a government on the side of our forces, this is what we mean.
Murphy.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for his answer. I was privileged to be able to spend time in the high north of Norway as part of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme recently with our Royal Marines and other Armed Forces personnel. It was a stark reminder of the service and sacrifice that they perform to protect our national interests and our way of life. Can I ask the Secretary of State what assessment he has made of the overseas allowance for those on temporary duty, like those in the Arctic?
State.
Mr. Speaker, I will write to my honourable friend with the detail of that answer, but I would say to him part of the commitment we've made to renewing that contract with those who serve has involved the extension of wraparound childcare to those serving overseas. It is part of making sure that we can raise the quality of the experience of those who are in uniform, we can raise the morale of those who serve, and in doing so, we can help deal with the deep-seated, 14-year-long recruitment and retention crisis that we saw come the last general election.
Oh, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his answers? Personnel and families from Northern Ireland face exceptional costs if they're stationed here in the mainland. If they want to meet their families, they want to go home again, there's extra costs for them. Can I ask the Secretary of State, what's been done to ensure that families from Northern Ireland aren't disadvantaged because of the fact they live so far away from wherever their families are based, and to ensure that the families can have the family time that they very much need to ensure that families stay together? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman will have welcomed at Christmas the Get Home allowance that we made sure that every one of our serving personnel had access to for the first time. But I would just say to him, look, the highest pay increase for forces personnel for 20 years, the more than 10% pay rise over the first 2 years of this government is part of making the service life more affordable, including for those in Northern Ireland. And I am proud to be the first Defence Secretary of this country that can stand up and say, for all those full-time in UK military uniforms, no one is now paid less than the national living wage.
And will we look at Gibraltar Regiment as well, Secretary of State? Lizzie Collins.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
State.
Mr. Speaker, our outstanding armed forces are in the Middle East protecting our people, our interests and our allies. The RAF have conducted now over 550 hours of defensive operations in 5 countries, and drones have been shot down by UK forces almost daily. We now have more jets flying in the region than at any time in the last 15 years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. About 10 days ago, we saw alleged attacks by both US and Iranian forces on water desalination plants in the Middle East, which is, of course, in direct contravention of international law. Civilians in the Middle East are reliant on desalinated water for survival, and targeting that is absolutely unacceptable. So can the Secretary of State confirm that UK forces operating in the Middle East continue to operate fully under international law, and that we condemn operations that target civilian infrastructure?
My honourable friend is right about Iran's widespread strikes have shown a total disregard for civilian life. It is because that I strengthened British defences in the region ahead of this conflict, extra jets, radars, defence systems. From day one, we've been coordinating defensive actions with a sound legal basis to protect British citizens, bases and our allies in the region, and I'm proud of the skill and the dedication that our armed forces are showing in the Middle East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have constituents at RAF Akrotiri having been deployed out of RAF Kosovo in my constituency, and I've already had correspondence from concerned constituents and their families. The Iranian regime has a very potent chemical and biological weapons program, and I've asked the Defence Secretary this question before. Can he confirm that there is the CBRN protective kit at Akrotiri and other UK armed forces military bases around the region? And finally, the Iranian regime also has a very potent submarine fleet, maybe not nuclear and maybe not Trident-led as ours is, but it nevertheless is a significant threat in the region. So could the Defence Secretary say what he is doing to address both of those threats?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman is right about the range of threats the Iranian regime poses, especially as we've seen as it hits back after the first wave of strikes. Those are widespread. They hit countries not involved in the conflict. They are directed at civilian, not just military targets. And I say to the honourable gentleman, for his constituents that are living as well as serving in Akrotiri, when I was out there about 10 days ago, I made a point of asking our base commander there if there was anything further he needed from us back in Britain, and he said, I have got everything that I asked for to protect ourselves.
Select Committee to answer Jesse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After having insulted Great Britain for our response to not joining his war, and then claiming that he did not need British help after, and I quote, having already won the war, President Donald Trump has now sent an SOS to the world, including to the UK and other NATO allies, to help him protect the Strait of Hormuz. I think it's in our national interest to stop the disruption to global shipping, because otherwise it will drive up the cost of goods and the cost of living for my Slough constituents and others across the country. So can the Secretary of State clarify what will the government's response be to the US President's request, and how will he ensure the safety of British Armed Forces personnel if they are to engage in any such operations?
So state.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said this morning, in fact, and I say to my honourable friend, he's right, the Straits of Hormuz are vital. They're vital to the international economy and to security. We are in continued conversations with European allies and with the US. These questions are complex. Any plans must be multilateral, with as many nations taking part as possible. And without going into detailed operational options or discussions, I have already said that we have pre-positioned in the region autonomous mine hunting capabilities. We have counter-drone systems in action in the region, pulling down drones. And looking ahead alongside industry, we're also looking now at additional innovative options, including interceptor drones for the Middle East.
Job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government ministers have been all over the airwaves this weekend saying two things. Firstly, that they would like to see a de-escalation of the conflict in the Middle East, and secondly, they would like to see the Straits of Hormuz secured for shipping. Why, I would think to say, on earth does the Secretary of State think that those two aims are not mutually exclusive? And how, if they're not mutually exclusive, can he achieve both aims?
Very good. First step.
Quite simply by making a major contribution, as we are, to discussions about any multinational plans that may be put in place to look to safeguard for the future the commercial shipping that is the lifeline both of the international economy and of international security.
Devery, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, British personnel in Cyprus, Bahrain, Iraq and across the Middle East have been attacked by Iran and its proxies. In such circumstances, we must act quickly to protect our people and interests. Now, having served on Royal Naval vessels, I know it takes time to ready a ship, yet nearly 2 weeks passed before the government sent a single destroyer, HMS Dragon, to help defend our forces in Cyprus. Why was that decision not taken sooner? And given the Royal Navy advised deploying assets earlier, which minister took the decision not to act on that point?
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, I put UK defences, strengthened them ahead of the conflict. Once it became clear the scale and nature of the indiscriminate and widespread Iranian response, the circumstances were changing. We altered and adopted further actions. The deployment of HMS Dragon was a part of that, and I took the decision to give that go-ahead on the same day that the Chief of the Defence Staff offered that to ministers as an option. And I just say to the honourable gentleman, he's served as a reservist in the Navy, and if he's, served as a regular in the Navy. If he's concerned about the state of the British Navy, he really should look at the record of his own government. They cut the total number of frigates and destroyers by a quarter. They cut the mine hunters by more than a half. They cut defence spending by £12 billion in their first 5 years. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is our job now to fix these problems. Whereas they were cutting and hollowing out our armed forces, we are rebuilding them for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important point, and given the volatility of the international system, we must learn from our mistakes. Mr. Speaker, in a written answer on the 9th of March, the Minister for the Armed Forces confirmed that discussions took place before the decision to deploy HMS Dragon. We know those conversations happened and that the Royal Navy put forward recommendations. Now, when British personnel are under threat, these delays carry consequences. So I ask again, can the Secretary of State tell the House which minister chose not to act on that advice sooner, and crucially, why?
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said to the House more than once, and as the Chief of the Defence Staff said the weekend before last on the BBC, the day that this was put to ministers as an option, in the circumstances of conflict that were changing at the time, we were adapting the actions that we took to protect British lives, to protect British allies, and to protect citizens right across the region.
Question 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're ending the hollowing out and underfunding of defence that we inherited from the last government and spending more with British businesses. And to deliver that, we're investing in skills. 5 defence growth deals worth £250 million, £182 million skills package, £50 million allocated for 5 DTECs across England, 1 in Wales, 2 in Scotland, and investing £80 million in the strategic priorities grants available to universities to expand the number of places in courses that will support defence.
You're the best.
I thank the Minister for his answer. He will be aware that my constituency was home to Europe's largest munitions factory during the First World War, a legacy that lives on in MOD Longtown. So, when the Minister confirms that my constituency of Carlisle will be one of the locations for the 6 new munitions factories that the government is looking to build, what support will the government provide to ensure that it's local people who will be able to take up the jobs at that new munitions factory?
Minister.
Well, can I thank her for her lobbying in favour of Carlisle as a location. Having visited Longtown, I've seen the dedication, the passion that her constituents have in supporting defence and also the opportunities there. We're making good progress in our commitment to allocate the resources for 6 energetics and munitions factories in this Parliament, and we hope to be making a decision on the first wave of those in due course, and I'll be sure to keep all members of the House involved, including those who have made a good case in the Chamber today.
Chorley, Andrew Snow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And on that Chorley and Lancashire theme, it will not be possible to increase the defence skills in this country if the defence jobs of the future are not secure in that pipeline. I was delighted to hear the Secretary of State for Defence earlier talk about British jobs, British industry and British innovation. You can probably gather where this is going from the whisper on the front bench. So I was also confused when we were talking about the bragging of the British ordering with British companies for defence as to why we saw American F-35s ordered, not British typhoons. And given we will need around 100 to maintain the workforce at Wharton for Tempest in the future, I'm assuming whenever the Defence Investment Plan is finally published, I look forward to seeing an order of 25 typhoons for the RAF within it.
Minister.
In his haste to make an attack on the government, he forgot to welcome the multi-billion-pound deal that we secured with Turkey in terms of building typhoons in his constituency. We've had a 15% increase in defence spending in the northwest of England since the first year of this Labour government. But he's right that we need to make sure we're investing in skills to deliver the defence industrial base. That's precisely why this government is investing in skills and why we're supporting British businesses. He will also know that the F-35, as well as Typhoon, contributes many jobs to the northwest, as indeed, I believe many of them very close to his constituency as well.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 9.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 19th of February, the Secretary of State and the First Minister of Wales announced a £50 million Welsh defence growth deal, making Wales a launchpad for the next generation of autonomous technology. Thousands of skilled workers in Wales will be involved in the design, testing and manufacture of these innovative technologies. And this is proving yet again that defence is an engine for growth in Wales and shows the power of two Labour governments working together to deliver in the interests of Wales.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the Minister's comments and fully endorse his comments about the benefits of two Labour governments working together for the benefit of the people of Wales. Mr. Speaker, in the 19th century, ironworks in my constituency made cannons and cannonballs for the Royal Navy. And now in the 21st century, skilled workers and businesses in Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare, like General Dynamics, are ready to continue our area's role in enhancing the nation's defences. So can I seek an assurance from the Minister that businesses and in the supply chain across the South Wales valleys will continue to play a key role in providing those skilled jobs in our communities to ensure that the investment in the defence sector provides a necessary boost to the confidence of areas like mine?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? And I know from having visited his constituency what a champion he is, not just for large companies like General Dynamics, but the wider supply chain. It's precisely why we've committed to increase our direct spend as a department with small businesses by 50% by 2028, making sure we're removing the barriers to small businesses being able to engage with the defence supply chain more, and investing in the skills that those small businesses and large businesses require to make the most of a rising defence budget. I look forward to meeting him and his constituents in relation to General Dynamics very shortly.
James McCleary, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare will know better than most that the Ajax programme is not only a national defence procurement issue, but specifically a Welsh one, with around 400 workers in Merthyr Tydfil connected to the Ajax factory. Yet workers have been hospitalised, troops have been put at risk, and £6 billion of taxpayers' money has already been sunk into this programme. While ministers deliberate, those workers are being completely left in the dark about the future of the project and their jobs. I cannot imagine how it must feel for them and their families. So can the Secretary of State or the ministers tell us when will a final decision be made in Ajax? And what does he have to say to the workers in Merthyr Tydfil and their families who are waiting for clarity about their families' futures?
Minister.
Can I thank him for the way he posed that question? What happened on Excise Titan Storm was a serious concern to all members of this House. It was for that reason that we paused use of Ajax and initiated a number of safety investigations to look at what happened, what's the impact on our people, and measures put in place to ensure that we could learn those lessons. We've now received back those reports and we're analysing those, and I hope to be able to make further announcements in due course. But he's absolutely right to talk about the workers, not just those soldiers in uniform. That's why we're continuing a strong dialogue with General Dynamics and the local members of Parliament on this issue.
Question number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be really clear. The UK's priority is supporting British nationals and our partners in accordance with international law. The Prime Minister has made clear any UK action must always have a legal basis. On the 7th of March, the UK notified the UN Security Council covering the relevant actions, including our defensive counter-air operations taken under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Military credibility and legal credibility go hand in hand.
Mr. Speaker, when nations commit war crimes, the UN Charter makes it plain that other nations must not provide any support or assistance. Trump and Netanyahu started this illegal war, and UK in welcoming US aircraft on British bases so they can be loaded with £2,000 bombs. We are clearly aiding and abetting in breach of international law. Right now, we are helping to escalate this conflict, which is bringing us to the brink of global recession. This is why the British public do not support our involvement in this war. Will the Defence Secretary like to explain why they are wrong?
Minister.
Let me talk a little bit about crimes. Support to Hamas, support to Hezbollah, support to the Houthis, support to various armed groups that have been supporting lethal aid that have been killing British forces for 20 years. Are we going to apologise for protecting UK nationals? Absolutely not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, satellite imagery of the Gaza war cemetery showed that Israeli forces had destroyed over 100 Allied graves using heavy machinery. This is a Commonwealth War Graves Commission site. These are graves of British and Allied personnel who served in the First and Second World Wars and made the ultimate sacrifice. Has my right honourable friend raised concerns with his Israeli counterpart, and what steps will he be taking to prevent future destruction of Commonwealth war graves?
Minister.
So thank you for what is a really important question. I'm absolutely dismayed by the reports of damage to this cemetery by both Israeli operations and indeed Hamas fighters. Brave servicemen laid to rest overseas should not in any way, shape or form have their graves defiled in this way, nor should the courageous men and women who tend to the graves themselves. Together with our international partners, we've raised our concerns with the Israeli authorities. We will continue to support the Commission as they look to assess and repair the damage done when it is safe to do so.
Monica Harvey.
Question number 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're studying developments very carefully and remain in close contact with the United States and other allies. The UK position is clear. The best way forward for the region and the world is a negotiated settlement with Iran when they've given up their nuclear ambitions. Recent events have also underlined the importance of resilience, strong alliances and credible military capability in a world where regional crises can develop quickly. A sustainable peace must reduce the risk of conflict, not simply pause it.
Monica Harvey.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in East Morton are deeply concerned about further escalation in the Middle East, about the UK being pulled further into a conflict with no clear objective and the impact on their energy bills, inflation and interest rates. President Trump is attempting to pull us into his war of choice, urging UK deployment to the Strait of Hormuz and asserting that NATO's future depends on allies committing. Will the Minister rule out the deployment of military assets to the Strait of Hormuz? And will he do so as strongly as our German and Spanish allies have? And does he agree that de-escalation is key? Any further military action threatens sustainable peace, and that as penholder on the UN Security Council, a better way could be the UK presenting an emergency resolution to get the Strait of Hormuz open through UN channels?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I've attended every staff college in the military, initial staff college, advanced command staff college and higher command staff college, and they always say two things. One, you must have a legal mandate before putting people in harm's way, and the second one is you must think through to the end. We're going to continue to work in a comprehensive and calm manner with our allies and partners to ensure we can come up with a solution to the Straits of Hormuz, and we're not going to rule anything out because we cannot guarantee where this war is going to go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents of my constituency of Harlow are rightly worried about the ongoing events in the Middle East. So would the Minister reaffirm to the House, for any avoidance of doubt, that this Government's first priority is to keep its citizens safe, and our decisions thus far and moving forward are based on collective self-defence of long-standing allies and protecting British lives?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is most likely going to be fast jets flying either in the Middle East or around Cyprus, tracking, identifying and indeed engaging with drones that pose a direct threat to both our British interests, our allies and partners, and potentially British citizens. My hat goes off to them. I fully support them, and we will maintain that defensive posture for as long as this conflict continues.
Kim Johnson.
Question number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I should like to answer questions 12 and 20 together. The Royal Fleet Auxiliary makes a unique contribution to defence, and we thank the maritime trade unions for their commitment to resolving the current pay dispute so that the RFA's contribution can be recognised. The Ministry of Defence is implementing a workforce recovery programme for the RFA, and this will improve the wider employee offer for those serving to ensure that the RFA can continue to perform its vital role. Since the 28th of February last year, officer applications are currently 30% higher and ratings applications are currently 26% higher. Outflow is down to 10.3% from a high of 13.4% in January 23.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's response. The RFA does play a very important role in the maritime sector, and I welcome the Government's progress in reducing the decline in the RFA, but there is still a long way to go. The MAD figures show RFA seafarer numbers that are still 12% lower than in 2019. Improving pay and condition of the RFA civilian seafarers is not the only right thing to do. It's essential in resolving the recruitment and retention crisis caused by the previous government's hostility towards public sector workers. So, will the Minister commit to revisiting discussions with the Treasury if the current pay offer is rejected by the RFA officers and ratings, particularly if they draw into the conflict in the Middle East?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. We are continuing close and productive conversations across government and with the maritime trade unions, and it would not be appropriate for me to comment on ongoing negotiations. But as I have said, this Labour government recognises the extraordinary contribution and unique role of the highly skilled personnel of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary.
Morris.
Can I support the points made by my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Riverside? But can I acknowledge that this government has made substantial progress in addressing the ingrained recruitment and retention crisis that it inherited affecting the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, the Royal Naval support ships. However, having resolved the previous pay dispute, RFA's overworked and underpaid seafarers have had to wait 7 months before receiving a formal pay offer from their employer. I do appreciate the Secretary of State and his ministers share the RFA trade unions' commitment to a positive future for the RFA's civilian crews, which is encouraging. But what reassurances can the Minister provide today to the seafarers who we rely on?
Again, I thank my honourable friend for raising this question. And as we are continuing to work very closely across government and with the maritime trade unions, I do not wish to comment on the ongoing negotiations. But as I have said, I can assure him that this Labour government and myself recognises the extraordinary contribution of our seafarers and are working very hard to deliver for the highly skilled personnel of our Royal Fleet Auxiliary.
Question number 13.
Stop.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I should like to answer questions 13 and 14 together. Strengthening defence relationships with our allies is a central priority for this government. We do that through joint operations, exercises, intelligence cooperation, deeper industrial partnerships and close planning with NATO and JEF allies and other key partners. We've recently signed landmark defence agreements with Norway, Germany, France and have forged closer capability partnerships with Norway on Type 26 frigates and Turkey with Typhoon. The upcoming defence diplomacy strategy will also help further enhance our international relationships.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer. The war in Ukraine has showed that rapid innovation cycles are critical to success. Minister Fedorov and others in Ukraine have helped build a defence technology ecosystem that connects start-ups, engineers and units on the front line, even allowing some of those units to operate quasi-independently to test out new technologies. So given the SDR recommended that the UK learns from its allies, can I ask the Minister how he's using the defence relationship with Ukraine, not just to support the Ukrainians in their fight, but to learn from them so we can strengthen the UK's armed forces?
Minister. I'd like to thank the honourable friend for his question. Since arriving in this House, I've been droning on about drones. It's one of the reasons I came into politics. I think there's 3 key lessons that we need to learn. The first is adapt the process of a high-low mix. That's 5th generation capability with supported by cheap mass. That mass must be dumb hardware with sophisticated software, and then finally that software must be integrated across all domains and driven by data and AI. We will only be able to achieve that with a closer public and private partnership as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government understands that made in Britain means good quality jobs for British people. And exporting those goods to international allies not only equips our allies with the best of British workmanship, but puts billions of pounds into the UK economy. Barrow and Furness will build our AUKUS submarines, but what work is the Minister doing to ensure that UK SMEs are well placed to benefit from AUKUS Pillar 2 projects?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the first 100 pages or so of the SDR is about better industrial collaboration between the MOD and our industries. Work on AUKUS will create over 7,000 additional jobs in UK sites and across the supply chain, with over 21,000 working on the programme at its peak. We must do more to work with SMEs. The annual Innovation Challenge, for example, sees suppliers receive support for developing novel capabilities to demonstration phase. The UK winners in 2024 include 2 SMEs, 1 large supplier and indeed 1 academic group.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. TEK Military Seating in Tunbridge Wells design and export military seating. They risk losing a £400,000 order to a customer in the UAE because they lack the permissions in the export licence. My understanding is that the Trade Department is waiting for an answer from the MOD. Could the Minister please investigate?
Minister.
So I don't have the details on the specific case, but I'm sure my ministerial colleague would love to.
Dr Alpington.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Following the drone attack at RAF Akrotiri earlier this month, there has been growing disquiet within Cyprus, within the Cypriot community, about the continuing existence of the sovereign base areas. Given the absolute necessity of this defence relationship between the United Kingdom and Cyprus, could the Minister update the House about the Secretary of State's visit to Cyprus earlier this month? Could he also just say what was said? What reassurance does the Cypriot government need from us to ensure that not only is the base security safe, but also the future security of Cyprus is ensured?
Our sovereign base in Cyprus isn't in question. When the Secretary of State for Defence visited Cyprus, the Cypriot National Guard reaffirmed that our relationship is closer now than ever before. And we must always remember the complexity of dealing with air defence, whether they're high and fast ballistic missiles combined with slow and low drones, is a very complex problem for anyone to deal with, but we're trying to assure that to best as close to 100% as we can.
Thank you,
Mr Speaker. Given the focus now on the war in the Middle East, there obviously is some concern that we don't lose focus on what's going on in Ukraine. So in terms of developing and strengthening relationships with our allies, can I ask the Minister what he and his fellow ministers are doing to ensure that Putin does not take advantage of the current situation in the Middle East, and that we ensure that Ukraine continues to get the full support and weapons and assets that they need?
Minister.
So we continue to lead both in the Coalition the Willing and the UDCG, where the Secretary of State attended just recently, raising billions of pounds worth of equipment support, both in weapons, air defence systems and indeed everything through to female body armour. Ukraine absolutely remains a focus. It is not just about UK security. Indeed, it is about European security, and that will not change.
Sir Julian.
May I build on the excellent supplementary question asked by the Honourable Member for Glasgow South about Ukraine and counter-drone warfare? Thanks to the support given by this government and the previous government to Ukraine, they have become world leaders in inventing and deploying cheap responses to cheap drones. As a result of that, there is now an opportunity that they could assist our allies that are under threat from drone attack in the Middle East and in particular in the Persian Gulf. Will the government do everything it can to facilitate that and thus show that, that Ukraine does indeed have some cards to play?
Minister.
So the Secretary of State has been in discussions with both the NSA and key individuals within Ukraine. I'm a firm believer that the Ukrainians need the West now. In the future, we will need them, given some of the technological advances they've made. It's also worth doubling down on some of the capabilities and initiatives moving forward, Mr Speaker, ranging from the hybrid Navy, the Army 40-40-20 programme, the DUST, the Defence Uncrewed Centre of Excellence, the NMITY drone degree to enhance and increase education, industry and the military forces move towards uncrewed systems, and of course finally £4 billion on uncrewed systems within the SDR.
We come to topicals. Bill Esterson.
Topical question number 1.
Sarah State.
Mr Speaker, with all eyes on the Middle East, this House expects and I am determined to ensure that we continue to confront growing threats in the High North, that we continue to fulfil our obligations to NATO, and that we continue to step up support for Ukraine. So I can confirm today that over the last month we have delivered to Ukraine 3,500 drones, 18,000 artillery rounds and 3 million rounds of small ammunition. We face two conflicts on two continents, supported by an axis of aggression, with similar tactics and similar technologies. And I say this to the Ukrainian people on behalf of the UK. We will not forget the war in Europe, and our total determination to stand with Ukraine remains steadfast, and we will welcome President Zelensky to this country tomorrow.
Right. Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Evidence presented to the Energy Security Select Committee shows that if the war in Europe is expanded, Russian submarines pose a significant threat to oil and gas tankers, to pipelines and to installations in the North Sea. What is the government's plan to address this very significant threat to our oil and gas supplies?
Can I praise my honourable friend's chairmanship of that committee? Can I say he's absolutely right, as the Strategic Defence Review said last year, Russia poses an immediate and pressing threat to this country. The UK and allies' navies monitor, shadow and survey the Russian Navy activities, including stepping up our surveillance of any activity close to our oil installations and our pipelines.
Right. Shadow Minister Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are growing rumours that the government is planning to bring back its ill-fated Northern Ireland Troubles Bill to the Commons next week. If that's true, it will give us the perfect opportunity to debate the Prime Minister's links with Phil Shiner, the disgraced lawyer who was convicted of fraud and struck off for making multiple false allegations against British soldiers. The Northern Ireland Secretary has told the House repeatedly that there is no such thing as a vexatious prosecution. Well, do MOD ministers now agree that's not just naive, it's simply untrue, especially after the case of Phil Shiner, a man universally hated across the British Army?
Minister.
There are two key roles that the Ministry of Defence play within this legislation. The first one is to ensure that we protect veterans throughout any legal process to do with Northern Ireland, and the second is to ensure no one corrupts the system to try and rewrite history in a different narrative. The third is to ensure those families of lost loved ones that were in the armed forces or the security services get the truth, reconciliation and justice that they deserve.
I was asking about the current Prime Minister, not the next one. But after previously denying that the Prime Minister was instructed to act in a case against veterans by Phil Shiner, on the 24th of February, the current Veterans Minister had to come to the House and correct the record because he did, in fact, in the Al Jeddah case, act for Phil Shiner before the Appellate Committee of the House of Lords. That was the case that effectively opened the floodgates for prosecutions against British Army veterans, which the Troubles Bill now threatens to do all over again. So to save the Minister having to come back here again and correct the record twice, can she or this Minister simply tell us why is Labour led by a man who partly made a living out of helping to put British Army soldiers and even their commanders in the dock?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the field promotion. He hasn't had one. And I would also like to say that we have two roles: protecting veterans and ensuring no one can rewrite history through the courts. We're going to push hard on it, and we will deliver it for the veterans that deserve it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our history is as a naval power, and immediate threats to the UK include to undersea cables, illegal Russian shadow tankers and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And I want to ask the Minister, one thing that the shipbuilding industry needs for it to thrive on our shores is consistent contracts throughout the year to make sure that we have the skills and workforce in place. What is he doing to make sure that we get to that position?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his advocacy for shipbuilding? It's precisely why this government has brought together all departments with a shipbuilding interest with a cross-government effort to refresh our shipbuilding process, why Defence is leading that work in delivering more orders for our shipyards, which not only includes the frigates being built in Rosyth and on the Clyde, but also the fleet-side support ship that has started work in Appledore and North Devon as well.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Successive governments have refused compensation to the nuclear test veterans, but now the Sunday Mirror's investigative journalist Susie Boniface has revealed documents showing that, in fact, levels of radiation were known to be much higher than the court was led to believe in a case in 2016. Will the ministers be addressing this matter with the seriousness it deserves while veterans are still suffering and the widows of veterans still lack any recognition or compensation?
This government has reset the relationship with our nuclear test veterans and the organisations that support them. And I want to say how much we appreciate the vital contribution that they made to keeping this country safe. We remain absolutely committed to listening to their concerns and working collaboratively to address them.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Having worked with the Defence Secretary to save the semiconductor plant in Newton Aycliffe in my constituency, I was proud the other week to meet Sam and Evan, 2 new apprentices who owe their opportunities directly to government investment. But we want to go further. So can ministers confirm that the MOD will continue to push hard to expand the number of jobs, the number of apprenticeships and training opportunities, so that that factory, that world-class factory, delivers for local growth as well as delivering sovereign supply for our nation?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Octric do a superb job in keeping our country safe, securing an essential supply of gear for our military. Since Octric came into MOD ownership, they've already recruited 33 additional staff, and we continue to support the company as it seeks to grow and build in support of our national security.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A Ukrainian family that we managed to reunite visited my office on Friday. And in the conversation, it was clear that they are concerned for the future of Ukraine, given the war in the Middle East and now the US loosening the sanctions on Russia. So can I ask what representations have been made to the American government to underline the seriousness of that step and our commitment to Ukraine?
I hope the Honourable Lady's constituent and the Ukrainian families will be reassured by the response this afternoon in the House, a determination that despite all eyes being on the Middle East, we will continue to stand with Ukraine, we will step up our support for Ukraine, and we will do so alongside allies, including the US.
Anna Dixon.
As the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is demonstrating, drone technology is an essential military capability. Businesses in my Shipley constituency around Saltaire and Baildon are at the cutting edge of both space technology and radio frequency, which I know the Minister will understand are critical to drone warfare. So what support is available to young people in my constituency and across West Yorkshire to gain the skills they need for these vital industries?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful for the conversation that she and I had last week about the importance of more skills for her constituency. We're investing £182 million in a defence skills package and rolling out defence technical excellence colleges across the United Kingdom. Very happy meeting her to talk about this further because we want to see more British companies invest in skills.
In room.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, HMS Dragon left Portsmouth bound for Cyprus, having been prepared for deployment inside 6 days. The Royal Navy say that preparation would normally have taken 6 weeks. So what can the government do to ensure more of our surface fleet is available when urgently needed?
Who wants it? Minute.
So the individual is absolutely, the honourable member is absolutely correct. We took a 6-week programme of deep refit and rearmed in 6 days, and a remarkable effort from both industry and the Royal Navy, and I generally doff my cap to what they have done. That ship is now sailing to the Middle East. At times of crisis, we can move things faster. We made the decision as quickly as possible, and if we need to, we will do the same again. And the honourable members across the other side of the aisle, Mr Speaker, will recognise that a destroyer, an air defence destroyer, is designed to protect a moving aircraft carrier. We may want to look into the investment in ground-based air defence over the last 5 to 15 years and the lack of capability that we were left with.
John Baxter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week...
You're not going to win that argument, mate. You're not going to win that argument.
Last week...
Sorry, I do need to hear the question. I can't hear it with chunnering across.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week, the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine concluded that Russia have been committing crimes against humanity for the forcible deportation of Ukrainian children. Last night, the film Mr Nobody Against Putin won Best Documentary Feature at the Oscars for exposing how Russia seek to turn Ukrainian children into Russian soldiers. Can my right honourable friend outline what further work he is undertaking with colleagues in the FCDO to ensure that children are not used as weapons of war?
Can I first congratulate, on behalf of the House, my honourable friend for the award of the Presidential Order of Merit in Ukraine that she received earlier this month for her work on this area. Can I say to her, we are supporting a new tracing mechanism being used in Ukraine, and since September it has already identified an extra 600 children stolen by the Russians, forcibly held, and attempted indoctrination in exactly the way my honourable friend is campaigning against.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Earlier, I asked the Secretary of State if he would confirm an order of 25 Typhoons for the RAF after claiming about backing British jobs. The Minister, in his response, deployed the power of waffle to avoid answering the question. Just to be absolutely clear, I did welcome the Turkey order of Typhoons, but as I know and as he knows, it won't come anywhere near close to closing the skills gap between now and Tempest. So could I ask the Secretary of State if he would like to clarify this? Will there be an order of 25 Typhoons for the RAF in the Defence Investment Plan?
Will be. Secretary of State.
My honourable friend here doesn't just mention the record export deal that we managed to secure with Turkey, £8 billion worth that will be boosting the British economy, principally in his part of the northwest. He fails to welcome also the £500 million investment we put into new radars for the Typhoons. This is part of building up our UK defence base. It's part of 15% increase under this government in defence investment going to his region.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Reading is home to a large diaspora of Gurkha veterans. We're proud of their service and grateful for their sacrifices. Following the recent elections in Nepal, will the Minister work with the new Nepalese leadership to address collaboratively the issues that these Gurkha veterans still face in the UK? And will she visit with me their community centre in Reading called the Forgotten Gurkha to assure them that they are far from forgotten?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising that. I know from my own time of service in the Army just how vital the Gurkhas are and the hugely high standards of professionalism. We in this country have a special relationship with them which we must never ever forget. I have met regularly and recently with representatives and will continue to do so, and I would love to visit her constituency.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In Devon and Somerset we are home to some of the finest units in British Armed Forces, from Devonport to Lympstone to 40 Commando at Norton Manor and to Royal Marine Base Chivenna in North Devon. But, Mr Speaker, the geopolitical tectonic plates are shifting, and Mr President Trump's latest comments about NATO only underline the importance of a strong UK defence capability and strategic autonomy. It is often said that if you want peace, then you must prepare for war. So after years in which successive Conservative governments hollowed out our armed forces, could the Minister outline how the government intends, QED, to ensure that this country is properly equipped to defend itself in the event of a major conflict?
Minister.
Yes, Mr Speaker, £8 billion in our...
I think the answers will come from the government side, not the opposition.
£1 billion more in our first year into defence than the last year under the Conservative government, a total of £270 billion into defence in this Parliament alone, and a vision for the next 10 years set out in our Strategic Defence Review.
Michael Payne.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In just 18 months, this government has ended a disastrous 1996 Tory privatisation of military housing, which cost the taxpayer billions. We've repaired 1,000 military homes in the poorest condition ahead of schedule, and we've kick-started a landmark £9 billion repair and renewal of 36,000 forces homes. Does the Minister agree with me that this is more action in 18 months than the last lot managed in 14 years?
It's an easy question.
Mr Speaker, the last government had 14 years to fix defence family housing and failed, delivering instead record low levels of satisfaction. We have reversed that disastrous privatisation of our military housing, and we have a landmark housing strategy to renew or repair 9 in 10 homes, and we are creating a new defence housing service. That is how you put the interests of British service personnel first.
Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituent, Vijay Odedra, has been telling me how his small business, Capno Trainer, has been working with the Royal Navy to improve the fighting capacity and resilience of our sailors. So whilst we wait for the Defence Investment Plan, can the Secretary of State tell us what steps he has in mind to harness the innovation in our SME sector?
Minister.
Well, I welcome him promoting a defence SME. There's defence SMEs in every constituency doing a good job. That's why we created the Defence Office of Small Business Growth to support more SMEs gaining defence contracts and increasing the direct spend that the MOD has with them. Very happy meeting him to discuss the SME he mentioned.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The ONS have confirmed they're considering taking the veteran question off the census for 2031. Witnesses at the Armed Forces Bill Committee clearly thought that question provides very important data about where our veterans are. Will the Minister or the Secretary of State engage with the ONS to emphasise the importance of the veterans question?
Minister.
My honourable friend is exactly right to point out just how valuable that question. It should be asked. It is absolutely valuable in setting data for us to go forward. I have and will absolutely take this up.
Altella Chance.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 2020, the now Prime Minister proposed legislation to ensure that any UK military action could only take place if there were a legal justification, a viable objective and the consent of the Commons. Can I ask the Secretary of State, does he endorse those principles outlined by his party leader, and will he therefore support my Armed Conflict Requirements Bill?
Mr Speaker, I'm very happy to have a look at our Armed Forces Conflict Bill, but the Prime Minister in recent weeks has reasserted exactly the basis on which any UK military forces are committed into conflict.
Dr Peter Prince.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So many United States service personnel from RAF Lakenheath and RAF Mildenhall live off-base in Bury St Edmunds. 3 planes from Lakenheath were shot down in friendly fire over Kuwait last week. Fortunately, the pilots were rescued. Mildenhall is the home to a large fleet of aerial refuelling tankers. I don't know if it was a tanker from Mildenhall that was lost, but I do know there are 6 grieving families right now. Will the Minister join me in extending our support and sincere condolences to our brave United States families wherever they are? They are in our thoughts.
Who wants it? Secretary of State.
I will indeed, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend speaks for the House, and it is a message that I made sure the Secretary for War, Pete Hegseth, had from me direct on behalf of the UK people.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State is a former distinguished Treasury Minister, and government is about taking decisions when things change. Now, it's welcome that the Chancellor has addressed the heating oil crisis, but what will the Secretary of State do to make the Chancellor come to terms with the changes over the last few weeks to provide some additional support so the Defence Investment Plan will do justice to his ambitions?
Well, the right honourable gentleman is right about the rising demands on defence. It was reflected in the Prime Minister's speech last month to the Munich conference, in which he said hard power is the currency of the age, and we know that we need to spend more faster.
Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, I joined several members from across this House in Ukraine for the 4th anniversary since Putin's illegal invasion, and the mood was very different to the previous year after an extremely harsh winter and Putin's bombardment of the power networks. Can he give assurances that not only will we stand by Ukraine with everything going on in the Middle East, but we'll also help them and support them in fixing key infrastructure so that 400,000 people are not living without power in Kyiv?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is right, and I welcome the visit that he paid to Ukraine. We are indeed doing what we can to help Ukraine defend its critical civilian infrastructure targeted by Putin, and we are indeed stepping up our support, our military support to Ukraine in the way that I've reported to the House today.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've just returned from visiting Ukraine last week, and it's very clear to me that Ukraine still needs help with procurement of missiles, interceptors and sanctions on the Shadow Fleet. But the role of the US also remains critical as well. So I'd just like to ask the Minister if he thinks that it really helps persuade the US to stay strong on Ukraine when, as a close ally of ours, the UK U-turns over the use of our air bases to attack Iran.
So State.
Well, the decision to accept the fresh US request to use our bases to strike the missile locations of Iran was clearly set out at the time. Just say to the Honourable Lady, I welcome, and the House welcomes, her visit to Ukraine, and this is enormously encouraging in supporting Ukraine to have members of this House from all sides regularly in Ukraine, reinforcing the support that this country continues to give to their fight against Putin.
Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the welcome announcement of defence investment in Scotland last week, can the Minister provide an update on the plans to take forward programme Euston at Faz Lane? Does he agree that the skilled workforce at the Methil Yard in my constituency saved by this government will provide an excellent capacity to deliver this vital contract?
Can I thank him for his continuing advocacy? I've met him to discuss this, and I will no doubt meet him again very soon to discuss it. We'll continue to invest in our shipbuilding infrastructure across the UK, and as we approach decisions on Project Euston, we'll be sure to keep the House informed.
Danny Chambers.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's widespread concern about the government sticking to the decision made in 2016 to shut the Winchester Army Training Regiment. It trains 20% of our troops. Has there been an impact assessment on this, and have the government spoken to commanders at Purbright and at Winchester to ensure that they can not only maintain our training capacity but increase it if necessary?
Minister.
The government undertake very detailed impact work, and I can assure him that there is no impact to our training capability, and I'm pleased to say that we are increasing the number of people starting training, no thanks to the previous government.
McNaughton.
Much, Mr. Speaker. A new partnership between New College Lanarkshire and Cairnhill Structures, a steel fabricating company in Coatbridge, begins today. Engineering Futures aims to give local people a start in engineering and trades such as welding, fabrication and computer-aided design, all essential to strengthening our skills base and increasing defence jobs. So what steps will my right honourable friend take to promote similar schemes across Scotland?
Well, can I praise New College Lancashire for their work? It's precisely the reason that we wanted to invest in not one but two Scottish Defence Technical Excellence Colleges, and I hope that the Scottish Government will be able to match that commitment that this Labour Government has made precisely to deliver for the young people of Scotland as he has set out.
Final question, Harriet Cross.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Further to the question from the Chair of the Energy Select Committee, energy infrastructure offshore needs protecting. The Strategic Defence Review did not mention specifically platforms, FPSOs or rigs, these movable assets. Can the Secretary of State or the Minister confirm that these will be considered in terms of our energy security, and what will the Defence Department do to ensure their security now and in the future?
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the Strategic Defence Review laid greater emphasis on the need to step up our homeland security and our homeland defence, and that includes the critical infrastructure under the sea on which we depend.
Point of order on questions. Then the best objective.
Mr. Speaker, well, before the Defence Ministers leave their place, earlier on, the Minister for Defence, Readiness and Industry mentioned Exercise Titan Storm in the context of Ajax. I asked a written question to the Department on the 1st of January, a name day question which was due for answer by the 7th of January, with regards to how many noise and vibration injuries have been sustained up to Exercise Titan Storm. And I was wondering if I could ask for your advice as to how I can best elicit an answer now it's over 2 months late.
Front bench wants it? If not, I'll deal with it. Can I just say it's totally unacceptable that it's in the question. It's a name written day. It should be answered. I cannot believe that something that came in January has still not been answered. Can I ask that the Secretary of State looks into it and ensure that questions are answered? Isn't good enough. Members are representing their constituents. They have people who are serving, people who may be serving in this contract. Please, let's take this House more seriously. We're having a very bad time from government, who seems to have a total disregard for members of Parliament, which is totally unacceptable. Is it similar to the same one?
Mr. Speaker, can I thank you for your comments there? The next defence questions are going to be on the 10th of May, and obviously we're all aware of the recess, but given our armed forces personnel, many of them my constituents and represented across the House here, are going to be in harm's way during that period. Can I look to you, Mr. Speaker, as you always do, where necessary, for your urgent questions and particular statements to be given by the defence team in this period, because the 10th of May is a very, very long period of time, given we have armed forces personnel on duty right now.
Right, I'm not going to carry on the conversation. I think you put it on the record. Before we do come to the next item of business, I should note the recent death of Phil Wallace, who served as the Member of Parliament for Oldham East and Saddleworth between 1997 and 2010 and held several ministerial posts. Our thoughts are with Tracy, his sons, and the rest of the family and friends, and from all former colleagues. I know, and I've got to say to the Secretary of State for Defence how close you were, and I know, John, that you did and kept us all informed with your regular visits. It really was appreciated. Right, we now come to the next urgent question. Let the front bench change over. We come to the urgent question. Shadow Foreign Secretary Dame Priti Patel.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for FCGO if she would make a statement on the steps she's taking to secure the reopening of the Straits of Hormuz.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her question. I should say first, Mr. Speaker, that the Foreign Secretary will provide a wider update to the House tomorrow morning on the UK's approach to the situation in the Middle East, including the conflict in Iran, escalation in Lebanon, our consular response and her diplomatic engagement, including her recent visit to Saudi Arabia over the weekend, which will provide the possibility for further questions on a much wider range of issues. Turning to the Right Honourable Lady's question, Iran's reckless actions in the Straits of Hormuz are having damaging consequences for the global economy and putting the lives of those aboard civilian vessels in danger. Iran has struck several commercial ships in the last few days. Its actions have put a fifth of the world's oil supply effectively on hold. And indeed, a ministerial colleague will shortly update the House on steps that this government is taking to provide help to those affected in the UK that most need it. Last week, we joined, Mr. Speaker, 31 other countries and the International Energy Agency in agreeing a coordinated release of 400 million barrels of oil, including 13.5 million barrels from the UK, the biggest ever release in the IEA's history. And, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said this morning, we are working with all of our allies and partners, including our European partners, on how we can restore freedom of navigation in the region as quickly as possible and ease the economic impacts. That is not a simple task, Mr. Speaker, but we have to reopen the Straits of Hormuz to ensure stability in the market. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke with President Trump yesterday on the importance of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The Foreign Secretary was in Riyadh in recent days showing support for our partners across the region who face continuing strikes. She discussed the impact of Iran's actions with GCC foreign ministers and the importance of maintaining energy security and supply. And as we speak, she is on a call with Secretary of State Rubio on this very crisis. The Defence Secretary has just been answering questions, Mr. Speaker, on these issues. And Mr Speaker, I can assure you and the whole House that the Government will continue to work towards a swift resolution of the situation in the Middle East to protect our people, our allies, and to reduce the cost of living for working people in this country.
Mr Speaker, this is a moment for Britain to stand tall and work intensively with our allies. With the despotic Iranian regime continuing to attack international shipping in the Straits of Hormuz, urgent action is required to reopen safe shipping routes, to protect lives and to support trade and economic stability. We all feel the economic cost of Iran's actions, and this morning the Prime Minister told the press, and not the House, Mr Speaker, that we are working with all our allies to bring together a viable collective plan that can restore freedom of navigation in the region as quickly as possible. Now, recognising that this is not straightforward, where is this plan and what measures are being considered? The British public, Mr Speaker, need to know what the government is doing to protect our economic and national security. There are currently no destroyers in the Middle East. These can operate at a very long range and can take down projectiles. They can also provide cover for minehunter vessels. When will the government send one? Under this government, there are also no minehunters at our naval base in Bahrain, a base designed to host a fleet of minehunters. Is the government urgently working to bring minehunters back to Bahrain to strengthen capacity and capabilities at that base and in the region? Is the government working with our allies to assess the viability of striking targets that threaten international shipping, just as happened against the Houthi targets in Yemen? What action is being taken to protect critics of the Iranian regime and journalists from acts of transnational repression from the IRGC? Will the government lead a diplomatic effort to ensure that Russia does not profit from this crisis? And will the Minister reaffirm that Britain will continue going further in its actions on Russia and oil refineries fueling this war? With our friends in the Gulf, who are being so brazenly under attack from Iran, what assurances did the Foreign Secretary give them on her visit about Britain's presence in the region and actions to protect our bases? And did she make any progress on increasing the number of British nationals who can return home? Bear in mind the disruption to flights that have taken place today. Mr Speaker, this is a hugely consequential moment for the world, and Britain cannot stand by and sit on the fence.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and she asks very important questions, both about the safety of British nationals, our allies and others, and of course the impact economically. And she rightly raises the situation in relation to Russia and Ukraine, and of course we cannot allow this situation to become a bonanza in any way for Putin in his war against Ukraine, and that is why we are absolutely committed, I can assure her, to continuing our economic pressure on Russia. And I spoke to my Ukrainian counterpart just last week to reassure him of that. The Prime Minister set out very clearly, Mr Speaker, that the Straits of Hormuz are vital. They're vital to the international economy and to security. We're in continued conversations with European allies and with the United States. These questions are, Mr Speaker, very complex. Any plans must be multilateral, with as many nations as possible taking part. And I'm obviously not going to get into detailed discussions here, but the Defence Secretary's already said about the resources that we pre-positioned in the region. The Prime Minister's been clear about that, as have I and the Foreign Secretary. And indeed, there are capabilities such as autonomous mine hunting capabilities and others. But we already, of course, as I said, have been taking substantial actions to support allies and partners. And indeed, the GCC set out very clearly after their meeting with the Foreign Secretary that they thanked the UK for our solidarity with the countries of the GCC and our strong and long-standing commitment to their security, stability and territorial integrity. That was it from the statement issued by the ministers after they met the Foreign Secretary at the weekend. Mr Speaker, we've been very clear about our objectives. Firstly, that is to protect our people in the region. Secondly, whilst taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. We will continue working to a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region, but also crucially stops the Iranian threats to its neighbours. We all want to see an end to this war as quickly as possible, because obviously the longer it goes on, the more dangerous the situation becomes and the worse it is for the cost of living back here at home. And that is exactly why the Prime Minister has set out decisive action today on the measures that we are taking to support UK citizens who will be affected with energy prices, and whether that's on the heating oil issue, which a ministerial colleague will be speaking on shortly, whether that's on the energy price cap, or whether that's in our continued investment in energy security and capability here in the UK. We cannot allow ourselves to be at the whims of whether it's the Ayatollahs or indeed Vladimir Putin when it comes to our energy security. We've already acted alongside other countries to release those emergency oil stocks, which I set out at a level that is completely unprecedented. But of course, we ultimately do have to reopen the Straits of Hormuz to ensure stability in the market, but that isn't a simple task. So I repeat again, we're going to work with allies, including European partners, to bring together a viable and collective plan to restore freedom of navigation.
Mike Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Joint Maritime Security Centre has designated the Persian Gulf situation as critical. Nautilus, RMT and the Chamber of Shipping have designated the Straits of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman as a warlike area way into next month. Protecting the safety of seafarers and UK-flagged vessels is paramount. Will the Minister continue to commit to upholding the International Convention for Safety of Life at Sea?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise these issues, and the extraordinary, reckless actions that Iran has been taking are not only risking and threatening those international shipping routes, but also the crews serving on board those vessels, I think should be foremost in all of our minds. And indeed, coming from a city with a proud merchant navy tradition, I'm only too aware of the sacrifices across multiple generations. I've been speaking closely with a range of partners, including across the Mediterranean in recent days, with our partners in Malta and Cyprus and Greece and elsewhere. And I know we're working very, very closely through the Department of Transport and other agencies to ensure that safety and security of shipping is maintained and restored.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Households across the UK are fearful of rising prices at the pumps and to heat their homes. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran will worsen the serious situation, yet it should have come as no surprise. And in response, President Trump's position is both irresponsible and inconsistent. 1 week, he says he has no need for UK warships to support his unilateral action because he has already won. The next, he says we must send ships. One day, he suspends sanctions on Russian oil in a desperate, dangerous attempt to bring down oil prices. The next, he says he might bomb the Iranian facility at Karg Island for fun. The UK should be leading on the world stage at a time like this, not following Trump like a poodle, nor succumbing to his bullying, as the Conservatives and Reform Party have advocated. So can the Minister state what specific actions the UK is taking with our reliable allies to press the US, Israel and Iran to scale back hostilities? And will the Minister commit to seek agreement in the UN Security Council on a collective approach to get the Strait open?
Well, the honourable gentleman has set out very, very clearly his concerns, but what I will be clear is that the Prime Minister has taken a clear and level-headed approach in Britain's national interest to this crisis, taking each decision as it comes and always prioritising the protection of our people, our allies and our interests, and that is the approach he will continue to take in this crisis. He's been very clear that, of course, we have to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure stability in the market for the very reasons that he set out, but that is not a simple task, and that's why we're working with all our allies, including European partners, to bring together a viable and collective plan to restore freedom of navigation. He raises, as did the Shadow Foreign Secretary, the issue in relation to Ukraine. I think I need to be clear, of course, Mr. Speaker, that decisions made by the United States in relation to its own sanctions are, of course, a matter for the US. We are clear that we will continue to ratchet up our own measures to bring pressure on the Kremlin to change course and support Ukraine in the pursuit of a lasting, just peace. And I would also be clear, Mr. Speaker, that the US has announced a temporary waiver of some sanctions on Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil, but the Treasury Secretary made clear that licence was deliberately short-term. But obviously matters for the US are for them. We will continue to strengthen our measures. And in terms of the impact on people here at home, the Prime Minister's announced the capping of energy bills until the end of June. He's announced the extension of the fuel duty cut. He's announced the support we're giving to rural communities with the cost of heating oil, 53 million. And of course, we're continuing to invest in our energy security, which is absolutely crucial.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given Iran's reckless behaviour, it is of course right that the Prime Minister has made sure that our brave forces are protecting our allies and our people, and also that UK bases are used for defensive operations. But with regard to the Strait of Hormuz and any further action we may or may not take, can he confirm that we will not get drawn into a wider conflict that we did not start.
Well, I would simply refer him to the comments the Prime Minister made on this very issue this morning, that we won't get drawn into a wider war. But of course, we want to see the Strait of Hormuz reopened, and that is how we're going to work with our allies, including European partners, to bring together a viable and collective plan. But I'm not going to hypothesise about that today.
Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For centuries, the United Kingdom has been willing to commit its naval resources to defend free movement on the seas. Does the Minister agree with me that now is another such occasion when we should do so, and that if we fail to do so, we will pay the price here in higher oil prices and overseas in terms of the perception of the United Kingdom being willing to stand up for the interests of its friends and allies in the Gulf? And furthermore, can he assure the House that this will be considered by the government as a totally separate question to the United Kingdom's participation in Operation Epic Fury?
Well, the Prime Minister set out very clearly the approach he's going to take to this issue this morning, and the Defence Secretary has just been answering questions on these matters just now. He set out very clearly, the Prime Minister, what steps we're taking to mitigate the impact on UK citizens and also the steps we are taking globally. We all want to see the Straits reopened. We've got to have a viable plan, and we're going to work with allies on that.
Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his detailed responses. And he will know, like many of us across the chamber do, that there are many residents across our country who are really worried and concerned about the conflict in the Persian Gulf. But can the Minister reassure me and the House that they are having discussions with the Department and ongoing discussions with Cabinet colleagues on assessing the different scenarios of the conflict in the Persian Gulf?
Well, firstly, I can absolutely understand the concern that her constituents feel, and indeed it's felt by many constituents, including my own, up and down the country. And that's exactly why the Prime Minister set out the decisive action we're taking on energy bills, on fuel duty, on support on heating oil, and of course on our continued investment in energy security in this country. Of course, Iran could stop its reckless attacks on shipping. It could reopen the Straits of Hormuz. That is fundamentally the reckless and dangerous action that they are taking, and we're going to continue to engage with allies on what we can do.
Sir Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the government realise that this nation is already at war? That we have Iran firing on sovereign British territory? That we have Russia having already proclaimed that they are at war with the United Kingdom? Isn't it time to put the whole of the government onto a war footing, or we will carry on running behind the curve as we have over this recent matter of the Straits of Hormuz?
Well, I simply don't accept his assertion that we've been running behind the curve. We've set out in this House on a number of occasions the measures that we took before this conflict happened, the resources that were pre-deployed to the region, including in the defence of Cyprus and other key allies and partners. The Prime Minister set out very clearly whether it's our Typhoons, whether it's our F-35s, whether it's anti-drone measures, whether it's our air defence systems, all of the support that we're setting in place. And that is why the GCC welcomed the support and solidarity we've shown with the Foreign Secretary at the weekend, and it's why we continue to work with allies and partners on a daily basis.
MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was right when he said today that we will not be drawn into the wider war. But the US President is now requesting UK military assets to police the Straits of Hormuz. This is exactly the sort of mission creep many have warned against. Discussing NATO this morning, General Sir Carter said it is not for one of the allies to go to a war of choice and then oblige everybody else to follow. Can the Minister confirm that the UK will not provide further military assets to this US war, which President Trump did not consult the UK on and which the UK public do not support, or that this House will be able to vote on any such proposal?
Minister. Well, the Prime Minister has set out very clearly the decision-making process that he and the Cabinet have been through on these issues. He's been very, very clear about the need for us to defend our allies and partners, but he's also been clear that in relation to the Straits of Hormuz, this is not a simple task, and we're going to be working with allies, including European partners, to bring forward a viable and collective plan.
Chris Coughlin.
Mr. Speaker, given the fate of the Russian Black Sea fleet from maritime drones and ground forces from FPV drones, does the Minister agree with me that there is unlikely to be a military solution to reopening the confined waters of Hormuz, and therefore that we need a diplomatic solution as fast as possible?
Well, I completely agree with him that we need further diplomatic action. That is exactly what the Foreign Secretary, the Minister for the Middle East, the Prime Minister, myself, the Defence Secretary and others have been engaged in recent days and weeks. He raises the importance of different drone capabilities. In terms of the wider situation, the threat we face from drones, that's exactly why we work with partners such as those I saw in Latvia just a few weeks ago to develop the very, very best in capability and to learn the very important lessons from Russia's brutal war against Ukraine.
John McDonnell.
As has been said, Trump and Netanyahu launched this war without consultation. They did it unilaterally and did it recklessly and irresponsibly. And it was totally predictable, absolutely predictable, that the Straits would be threatened in this way. And yet some shipping is moving, isn't it? Some shipping going to our ally, India, because they're not engaged in the war, because they're at peace with Iran. So doesn't that teach us the lesson that we need to bring about peace, and that should be our main and prime purpose in negotiating a peaceful settlement, and the first step on that is de-escalation?
Well, let me first be absolutely clear that, of course, Iran's regime has been appalling. It's been reckless. What they've done to their own citizens. They cannot be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. And, of course, their reckless attacks, not only on shipping, but on civilians and of our allies and partners across the Gulf and indeed across the wider region is absolutely appalling. They could stop this right now. But the Prime Minister has been very, very clear that our decisions as the United Kingdom will be based on a calm and level-headed assessment of the British national interest at every stage.
Sir Desmond Swain.
What is his latest assessment of the threat of transnational oppression carried out by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps?
Well, I'm obviously not going to get into a detailed assessment on the floor of this House, but he will know that we have faced transnational repression threats, not only from Iran, but other countries. And that is the work that my colleague, the Security Minister, myself and others are absolutely united in doing everything that we can to defend against. We cannot allow Iran to operate on our streets in this way, or indeed other hostile states who seek to do harm outside their borders.
Paul Walker.
Mr. Speaker, this government is absolutely right to refuse to take part in this war being waged by the United States and Israel. But will he confirm to me and to this House again that actually we're going to put British interests first in everything we do, and that includes protecting the global economy and protecting all their constituents with their energy bills?
I absolutely can assure him of that. That's exactly what the Prime Minister has set out today, not only how we will take these decisions in the British interest, but also the measures we're taking to meet the needs of the British people who are affected by the energy consequences, in particular, of this war.
Brendan O'Hara.
Mr. Speaker, the government said previously that the United States could only use UK airfields for the specific and limited purposes linked to defending against Iran's reckless attacks. Yet we know that RAF Fairford is being used by the United States to launch B-52 bombers carrying up to 24 cruise missiles at a time. But given President Trump's reckless and dangerous language at the weekend about Carg Island, saying that we may hit it a few more times just for fun, what guarantees can he give this House that none of those missions coming from the UK anywhere will target civilians or civilian infrastructure?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm simply not going to get into hypotheticals on the floor of the House. What I can say is the Prime Minister has been very clear, as he well knows, the principles on which he has taken these decisions, the principles on which he took the first decision, the principle on which he took the second decision, and he's been very, very clear about that.
Debbie Abraham.
Mr. Speaker, at a meeting last week in the House of Commons, we had a number of Arab ambassadors who attended, and they made the really clear point that the military action undertaken by Israel and the US emanated from the action that we've seen over the last 2 years, over 2 years in Gaza, and that the solution similarly needed meaningful peace in that area. So what are my right honourable friends doing specifically around Palestine, given the relationship it has to a lasting peace within the region as a whole, including within this action?
Well, we continue to engage closely with the Palestinian authorities and, of course, with the Palestinian ambassador here in the UK. And indeed, the Foreign Secretary, as I said, was in the region at the weekend and was engaging closely with foreign ministers from across the region. So we'll continue to work with all partners in the pursuit of stability and security and peace across the whole region.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Closing the Strait of Hormuz is Iran's most predictable threat, and yet it appears no plan to reopen it was ready to be enacted. Equally on Cyprus, it appears there was either an intelligence or a planning failure which underestimated Iran's either intent or capability. So will ministers review whether adequate planning and assessments are taking place? And will the minister also give firm commitments that direct representation be made to both the US and Israel to make sure no action takes place around Evin prison, because the Formans and other British nationals remain held hostage there, and we've heard nothing from the government on making sure that they are protected, unlike the action last summer where Evin prison was bombed?
Well, on the specific case relating to the Formans, you'll know that my honourable friend, the Minister for the Middle East, spoke on this the other day, as indeed I'm sure the Foreign Secretary will tomorrow if asked. I've been very clear about the importance of not only protecting our interests and bases in Cyprus, but also the defence and security of Cyprus. And I'm in regular contact with Foreign Minister Kombos and colleagues in Cyprus. And just for the record, Mr. Speaker, confirm the sovereign base areas on the island of Cyprus are not being and have not been used by US bombers for strikes on Iran. But we will continue to work with partners across the region. It is simply not correct to say that we were not prepared. We had resources, capability in place, and we provided further capability and resources in recent days.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, rather than adopting the opposition's hokey-cokey in-out policy to this conflict, does the Minister agree with me that any commitments to UK military support in the Straits of Hormuz must be subject to time-bound operational objectives? And can he confirm that the clarification of such time-bound operational objectives to this conflict are being pursued with the US Department of War?
Well, I'm obviously not going to go into specific details of specific conversations, but what I can say is the Prime Minister has been very, very clear about the way he approaches these issues, which is in the national interest, in the British national interest, in a calm, level-headed way, in a lawful way, and in interests of our people and our allies. And the opposition have been all over the place on this. And the other party that is not here, the other party, again, Mr. Speaker, conscious by their absence, of course, is the Reform Party, not even here in the chamber.
Vicky Slade.
Speaker, the US President has suggested that the future of NATO may depend on how countries fall into line, supporting him in reopening the shipping channel. Does the Minister believe it's acceptable for this type of pressure to be applied on sovereign nations when there is still no evidence that this war has a legal basis or a plan?
Mr. Speaker, this country remains absolutely committed to NATO, a NATO-first policy, and the President has made very, very clear his commitment to Article 5 and to NATO. That's not in any doubt. What I will say is that we continue, as I've said, to engage with allies, including European partners, on viable and credible options to reopen the Straits of Hormuz, but I'm not going to go into further details at this time.
Mr.
Speaker, the reality is it's Trump's warmongering and illegal war which not only risks plunging the Middle East into a dangerous conflict, but is now impacting people here at home. Does the Minister accept that the only lasting way and right way forward is continue to push for de-escalation and an immediate end to this illegal war?
Well, I completely agree with him that we need a swift resolution. We all want to see peace and stability and security in the region. Of course, Iran could end this by ending its reckless attacks on shipping, on allies in the region, on civilians, and they could do that right now.
Ian Duncan,
Mr. Speaker, the problem we've got here surely is that the government, having decided not to be involved in this, and then literally a day later deciding that they would be involved by granting the bases to America, has brought us into a war. Like it or not, that's where we are. I don't understand what the wider war means when we are in the war. And that's the Strait of Hormuz right now. And surely that means the reason for not knowing dancing along a sort of tautological tap dance that the government's playing on words is a reality that they have no idea what they should have been doing because they didn't want to be here in the first place. But they are. So the question really is surely to the Minister concerned, be honest. We are in the war. What are we going to do about the Strait of Hormuz and what assets will we put there?
I've been very clear, Mr. Speaker. We have to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure stability in the market, but that is not a simple task. I think to suggest that it is simple would be not doing judgment. No, but in terms of the tenor of the questions that have been asked, and as I said, we are working with all of our allies, including European partners, to bring together a viable and collective plan.
Bench.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Shadow Secretary of State said in her remarks that this was a moment for Britain to stand tall, and I agree with her. And that's why I was pleased to see the Prime Minister and this government stand strong instead of running blindly into another Middle East war with no clear plan. Can the Minister assure me in this House that we'll continue to act in the British national interest and in the interest of British nationals in the region?
I absolutely can assure him of that. And I have to say, I mean, the Shadow Foreign Secretary today asked, I thought, some very reasonable questions, but I have been surprised by some of the tone and commentary coming from the opposition benches and in the media. At times like these, when we have British armed forces bravely defending allies and taking action, I would hope that we would see more unity and more coming together on such a crucial issue. These are complex, these are difficult issues, and I think to suggest otherwise, or to simply engage in simple party political point scoring is simply not the right way forward.
Dr. Ellie Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister and the Prime Minister have talked about the UK being willing to participate in a viable collective plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But does he really think that President Trump has a viable plan, given that he had no plan for the illegal war, nor any legal justification for the war that he's launched? And given this, will the UK instead be absolutely unequivocal that we will not give in to Trump's bullying demands and instead stand up for British interests, make absolutely clear we will not be dragged into a catastrophic illegal war in the Middle East?
Mr. Speaker, perhaps she could tell us how her party would defend the British national interest without spending money on defence or indeed by leaving NATO. Absolutely crackers.
She would have said both. Seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Hyndburn have certainly said to me consistently, they've spoken in support of the Prime Minister's decision not to take us into this war. But my thoughts, and I'm sure those of the whole House, are with our brave service people who are stationed in the Middle East and across the Mediterranean. So could the Minister please update the House on discussions that he's been having with his Cypriot counterparts specifically and the defence of the Akrotiri base and the wider island?
She's absolutely right, and I think all of our thoughts are not only with our brave armed service personnel in action in defence of allies and our interests, but also with their families and all of those affected, and of course the British civilians who continue to be out in the Middle East, and indeed the merchant shipping crews as well. She is absolutely right to ask about Cyprus. I'm in regular contact with Foreign Minister Kombos and with the Cypriot government. I'm also regularly in contact with our administrator of the sovereign base areas, and I can absolutely assure her that the protection not only of our bases, but also the defence and security of Cyprus is foremost in my mind and that of the government.
Sir Julian.
Some things never change in naval warfare, and one of those things that never changes is the unsuitability of surface vessels to force their way through narrow, contested straits. Over 100 years ago, the French and the British learnt this when between them they lost 3 battleships in a single afternoon to a single German submarine in the Dardanelles. So will he advise President Trump that whilst we would like to help him reopen the Straits of Hormuz, the way to do it is not with a £1 billion warship escorting vulnerable tankers, but with counter-drone technology such as Ukraine can help him to supply, providing he has the decency to ask President Zelensky for some help.
Well, he asks a question with his usual thoughtfulness and experience, and he quite rightly sets out the complexity of this situation, and that is exactly why we have to approach this issue. We all have a shared objective. We need to see the straits reopened, but we need to approach it with a credible and viable plan, and that's why we're engaged with allies, including European partners, on this very issue.
Thank you
very much, Mr Speaker. And following on from the question from the honourable gentleman opposite side, what discussions is the Foreign Secretary having in the Gulf at the moment regarding the future viability of convoys and other actions? And can he assure myself and the House that plans will be in place for such convoys at a time when it is safe to do so?
Well, I'm not going to get into specific hypothetical scenarios, but what I will say is that we're engaged with a wide range of partners across the region. That's why the Foreign Secretary was speaking with Gulf partners this week with the GCC. She was engaged with Saudi counterparts and, of course, has been engaging with foreign ministers there. And they set out their thanks for Britain's solidarity and engagement, not just on these crucial issues and the impact on their economies, but also in wider defence and security needs across the Gulf.
Since there is no plan to reopen the Strait, it seems that the price of fertiliser is going to skyrocket. What advice does the Minister have for farmers in the Northern Hemisphere who would normally be buying fertiliser at this time to support spring plantings, many of which are making a decision on whether or not to go ahead with those plantings, which he will know, if they do not, has dire implications for food prices and the cost of living?
Well, he rightly sets out a very important issue to rural communities across this country. And if I may, Mr Speaker, I will get one of my colleagues at DEFRA to write to him with detail on that question. But I think it's not only the impacts, obviously, on direct oil and gas prices, it is the impacts on inflation, it is the impacts on issues such as fertiliser and supply chains more generally. So he's right to raise those issues, and I'll come back to him with some further details.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Israel and the US started this illegal war, but Trump is now demanding that NATO allies support him in opening up this critical waterway. Yet European countries are not bending. So can the Minister give assurance that this country will not bend and that any military action we will be given a vote?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister set out the very clear, calm, logical approach that he has taken to all of the decisions that he's had to take on these important issues. I can absolutely assure her that approach will continue. We all want to see the Straits reopen to ensure stability in the market, and for the reasons that were just expressed, that isn't a simple task, and that's why we're engaged in working with all of our allies, including European partners, on this issue.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given that the British public abhors being drawn into another war, and given that some members of this House are already calling for an escalation into military involvement, without addressing the potentially catastrophic consequences, will the Minister reassure the House that the Government will prioritise diplomacy and de-escalation rather than drawing this country into a deeper military involvement?
Well, he heard quite clearly what the Prime Minister had to say on those issues this morning.
Nigel Payne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Alongside the escalation of closing the Strait, the Minister knows that female activists in Iran continue to be relentlessly targeted by this repressive regime. Will he ensure that the work that the Foreign Secretary is spearheading in the Foreign Office to tackle violence against women and girls globally includes specific initiatives to support the brave women and girls in Iran?
Well, he's right to raise the absolutely horrific circumstances for women and girls in Iran, which, of course, have been going on for many, many years. And he knows the priority that the Foreign Secretary and, indeed, all ministers place on this issue. Obviously, the situation inside Iran at the moment is extraordinarily difficult. We don't have a full picture on what is happening there, but I can assure him this will continue to be a priority.
David Reid.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's a known that the Iranian regime will close down the Strait of Hormuz in a period of conflict. So back in May 2025, I asked the former Foreign Secretary, now Deputy Prime Minister, what would happen and what contingencies we had in place to be able to offset against that. And I quote, "I assure the honourable member that these issues are of course under consideration." And this is the key part, Mr Speaker. All contingencies are in place. Now, listening to the Prime Minister, the Defence Secretary and now the SEDO Minister, those remarks just don't add up. So what's changed?
Mr Speaker, I've been very clear today, and the Prime Minister has been very clear. We have to reopen the Straits of Hormuz to ensure stability in the market. That is not a simple task, and I think he knows that well with his level of experience, and that is why we're engaged with our allies on credible and viable plans.
Fresh from the doorsteps of Arthur's Hill, West Denton and Blakelaw, I can confirm that this is an issue of real concern and some fear across Newcastle Central and West, and that there is overwhelming support for the government's decision not to join Israel and the US in initiating an unthought-through war in one of the world's most complex and unstable regions. Given that the Foreign Secretary emphasised how closely Iran and Russia are allied, with Iran providing the drones for Russia to use in Ukraine, what assessment has the Minister made of the impact of the US reducing sanctions, lessening sanctions on Russia's ability to support its ally, Iran?
Well, she's absolutely right to highlight the connections between Russia and Iran, and having been in Kiev when bombardments have been going on, likely from Iranian-made drones, and having seen the devastation that they've caused, it's clear that that alliance has been in place for some time and has caused devastation not just in Ukraine, but of course we're now seeing it across the Gulf, and it's absolutely appalling what Iran has been doing. I can absolutely assure her that we will continue to put maximum pressure on Russia economically. I spoke to my Ukrainian counterpart on this just last week. Obviously, US sanctions matters are for them, but I did set out that the Treasury Secretary had announced that those were temporary measures in relation to oil that was already at sea.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to what some less well-informed voices on the Conservative benches have been saying, short of putting ground troops into Iran, there is no military solution that enables us to open the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians are effectively holding at-risk civilian shipping with missiles, drones, subs, fast boats. It's very difficult to come up with a military solution to that problem. Therefore, Iran can decide if they want to reopen the Straits of Hormuz. So will the Minister tell the House whether we are getting together with our European allies to deliver a message to the Americans that they need to step down and step away from this to enable Iran to reopen the Straits?
Well, he sets out the complexity, Mr. Speaker, of the challenge, and that's why we need a calm and level-headed approach, which is exactly the approach the Prime Minister is taking. We are absolutely in conversations with European partners on that point, and indeed partners across the Gulf. And as I said, the Foreign Secretary has been speaking to Secretary Rubio while I've been answering this question.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has learned from the missteps of Iraq, whereas the Conservatives and Reform would repeat them. The Prime Minister is de-escalating in line with the national interest. The Conservatives and Reform would blindly follow President Trump into a war of choice. Would the Minister outline to my constituents that he will continue to de-escalate this conflict, he will continue to bring down the cost of living, and that he will continue to do that while keeping to the path that the government has set, which has brought inflation down from 3.4% to 3% and is on track to hit 2%?
Well, I thank him for his question, Mr. Speaker, and as I said, I've been baffled as to the position at times of the opposition, let alone Reform, who yet again are not here in the chamber today. But what I can assure him of is that the Prime Minister is focused not only on the international aspects but on the domestic aspects, and that's why he set out very clearly today the measures to support British people who are affected by worries about their energy bills, and whether that's on the energy price cap, whether that's on the heating oil issue, whether that's on our investment in energy security in this country, or whether it's on the fuel duty cuts. He's setting out very clearly what we're doing to support people here at home.
Samuel Wilson.
Speaker, the Minister has insisted that he doesn't want to get drawn into a wider war. But how much wider could a war which has our civilians targeted, our bases targeted, and our economy being strangled, how much wider could a war like that be? And does it not recognise that Iran has been able to close off the Strait of Hormuz if and when they wanted, using their proxies, using their geographical position, and only once they learn the lesson that that tactic will not be accepted, that blackmail will not be accepted, then are we going to find that this can't be repeated again. And what is his reluctance? Is it because we don't have the ability or just don't have the political will?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm not clear what the honourable gentleman is suggesting our policy should be, but what I can tell him is that the Prime Minister has been very clear about the decisions he's made, and when it comes to the defence of our allies and of our interests, those will always be forefront in his mind, as indeed will be measures to support citizens who are affected by these issues, including in Northern Ireland and those relying on heating oil.
Christopher Vitz.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his detailed response on an issue that we're all keen across the House to get resolved. On the issue of British nationals' return to the UK, and I'm pleased to say that those that I made representation about to the Prime Minister a couple of weeks have been safely returned to my constituency of Harlow. Can the Minister confirm the work the Government is doing to support the British airline industry? I had a meeting with representatives of, a conversation with meetings with representatives of the MAG Group last week in the area to support to ensure all that UK citizens are returned home.
Well, I'm glad, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the situation he raised on behalf of his constituents has been resolved, and I can absolutely assure him we remain focused on bringing British nationals home. Yesterday, 35 flights arrived back in the UK carrying more than 8,000 British nationals from the region. More than 92,000 British nationals have returned since the start of the war. We've chartered 6 flights from Muscat and Dubai, and we continue to work with airlines as he requests to ensure people can be brought home safely and quickly.
Mark Pritchard.
Mr. Speaker, the Strait of Hormuz, of course, is a narrow body of water, but so is the Red Sea. Of course, the Houthis have previously sent ballistic missiles and drones onto ships, commercial ships, and caused a lot of damage and disruption, again having an impact on the global economy. Thus far, the Houthis have been on the sidelines with this current conflict. That could easily and readily change. So what is the government doing to anticipate the Houthis getting involved, and what naval assets are in the region or could be deployed to the region quickly in order there is not a repeat of what we saw with HMS Dragon, given that if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the Red Sea is closed, then we are going to see a double crisis.
Well, I can assure him that we keep a range of threats and risks under close monitoring, and of course we will always take steps that we can to protect shipping and of course our interests and allies in the region. I'm not going to get into the specifics of any individual location.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, France and Italy opened talks with Iran to allow their ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. France has limited America's use of its bases to non-combat missions only. Italy have refused to help altogether. But with this Labour government giving a licence to American assets on British bases, there is no hope of striking a similar deal to let our ships through at present. My question is, can this government confirm that it will keep all options on the table, including the suspension of American military operations from our bases, because British citizens must come first and they must be shielded from bearing the economic brunt of America and Israel's illegal war?
British citizens do come first, and the Prime Minister set out very clearly the basis on the decisions that he's made, which include, of course, the defence of our allies and partners in the Gulf, which I'm sure he would agree is important, and indeed British citizens and interests in the Gulf. I'm not exactly sure, again, what type of policy he is suggesting that we follow. I can tell him that the Prime Minister will continue to approach this in a calm and level-headed way in the British national interest.
Ben Obsojecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With impeccable timing, in January, the US withdrew its Avenger-class minesweepers from the Arabian Gulf and replaced them with the littoral combat ships, at roughly the same time that we withdrew HMS Middleton, our last mine hunter in the region. As of yesterday, 2 of those littoral combat ships were seen in Malaysia, several thousand miles away, leaving only one, USS Canberra, which potentially has the ability to deploy autonomous vehicles. The Prime Minister this morning said that we would deploy autonomous ships to help clear the minefields. Potentially, HMS Stirling Castle, the support ship for that, only left Portsmouth this morning, so that's 3 weeks away. What is the earliest date that the Minister thinks that the Straits of Hormuz could begin to be cleared, irrespective of the conversations he's currently having with our allies?
Well, he will know that US operational matters are not for me to answer at the dispatch box. He's just had a chance to ask the Defence Secretary questions on detailed UK operational matters, but I'm not going to go into the details of specific deployments, where they may or may be, or timelines. That simply wouldn't be appropriate. This is an extraordinarily complex situation. What we need is a credible and viable plan.
Dr Alpington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the vital role of Lloyd's of London in underwriting global trade and in providing war risk cover to vessels currently stuck in the Persian Gulf. Can I ask the Minister what conversations he has had, or is he aware of, with Lloyds to ensure that their extraordinary expertise in this area is factored into the government's developing thinking? And can I also ask what conversations have been had across government to protect and defend the reputation of Lloyds against, frankly, shameful attacks from the MAGA movement in the United States?
Well, I actually recently met with the Chair of Lloyds on wider insurance issues in relating to Ukraine and other matters, which I'm sure he would share my interest in. I don't have the detail of what conversations have gone on in recent days on this, but I will happily get one of my ministerial colleagues to write to him on that issue.
Dr Neil Shastri.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Iranian regime will be studying carefully our actions back here in the UK. Only last month, FCDO officials attended an Iran National Day celebration hosted in London by the Iranian embassy. This was at precisely the same time that thousands of Iranians were being slaughtered on their own streets. Why were officials permitted to go to such an event? Who authorised it? And will officials be allowed to go to any such events in the future?
Very good question.
Well, it's my understanding that ministers were not consulted or indeed advised on that attendance, and this has been an issue that's been ongoing since, I think, 2015, and indeed likely under the previous government as well.
Lincoln Jock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister's come here today with a sort of pretty vague, we're in discussions with allies about making a plan, and he doesn't want to give us any more detail than that. And I can potentially see why. When he has those discussions with allies, would he please remember that the British taxpayer very kindly gifted 2 Sandown-class mine hunters to the Ukrainian Navy, and we have trained up their crews, and they are now at a NATO standard. And the Defence Select Committee visited them in Portsmouth, and they were very proud of those credentials. We've heard from my friend, the member for New Forest East, that Ukraine does seem to be leaning into support to allies in the Gulf. And so when he's having his discussions with his allies about making a plan, will he bear that in mind? Because, of course, those craft cannot deploy back to the Black Sea because of the Montreux Convention, and the crews, I believe, are there and ready to operate.
Oh. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, he asks an important question. I'm not going to, for obvious reasons, get into the detail of individual pieces of kit and equipment, but I do welcome the fact that Ukraine has engaged with Gulf partners on the lessons they've learned, particularly in relation to drone technology. I think that's very, very important. But I think it is, of course, absolutely right that Ukraine's focus remains on defending itself against Russia's barbarous aggression and the needs that they have. And I can assure him that our commitments to Ukraine remain absolutely ironclad in that regard. But I don't want to get into commenting on individual pieces of kit and equipment.
Jim Allister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, listening to some honourable members this afternoon, one would be left to wonder whether President Trump or Iran is the enemy. The truth is that our bases have been attacked. Therefore, inevitably, aren't we already involved in this conflict? Yet the government seems not to want to face up to that reality. When it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, does it follow through, therefore, that we're simply going to rely on the USA to open them, or have we any plan?
I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't recognise his characterisation of our response. We have British Typhoon and F-35 jets flying in defence of British people, bases and partners, including Qatar, Cyprus, UAE, Jordan and Bahrain. We've had multiple F-35s, Typhoon jets and ground-based defences shooting down drones. The Defence Secretary was just setting out the operational hours and sorties that our brave crews have been flying. And of course, we also have HMS Dragon on her way to the Eastern Mediterranean. Indeed, RFA Lime Bay also sailed from Gibraltar and is available for maritime tasks as well. We also have helicopters and other assets in place, so I simply don't recognise the characterisation he's making.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is suspected that AI systems have been used to target and murder 165 school children and their teachers using US-made Tomahawks, with further double-tap attacks falling on survivors 40 minutes later. This government says violence against women and girls is a priority, yet in failing to call out this clear war crime, those words mean nothing as the bodies of children get buried. So will the Minister explain what the UK government is doing to hold America and Israel to account for these war crimes? And does he share my concerns about the use of AI to kill?
Well, the Defence Secretary set out, I believe previously, our position in relation to autonomous systems and AI. That's not for me to comment on as a Foreign Office Minister. But what I will say is that my understanding is investigations into the incident he refers to are ongoing, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on them at this time.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers and his tone as well, and use of words very, very carefully. Whilst I'm very clear in my stance on the principle of the war against the terrorist regime in Iran, I do not believe this is not about principle. This is about practicality, and the fact that my constituents on the poverty line, those who work and are not entitled to government help, and whose wages no longer cover the bills they covered 3 years ago, for those people, the government must make the right decision and secure the shipping channel. Doing so does not enter us into a war, but protects our constituents. So will the Minister determine to act in the British interest and work with our allies and secure this essential route? Thank you.
Well, he rightly, Madam Deputy Speaker, as always, speaks up for his constituents in Strangford, and rightly does so. We all want to see the Straits reopened. It's important we have conversations with allies on credible and viable ways to do that, but it's also important that we take that action here at home. That's why the Prime Minister has acted on the energy price cap, on the fuel duty cuts, on the heating oil support, which I think will be particular benefit to his constituents, and indeed that's on top of course, the Warm Homes discount and the investment that we're putting into energy security in this country, and I hope that helps his constituents.
And that concludes the first urgent question. I'll just give the front benches a few moments to swap over. Order. Before we come to the urgent question on the Government's response to the humble address motion, I would like to remind the House that Peter Mandelson is the subject of an ongoing police investigation. However, no charges have been brought. The sub judice resolution, therefore, does not currently apply. In that context, it is up to ministers how they reply, but the House's rules do not prevent them from answering fully. Nonetheless, I know the House would not wish to do anything that risks prejudicing the investigation. So I would gently say to members that it would be helpful to exercise a degree of restraint in referencing specific matters under investigation. Urgent question. Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister if he will make a statement on the Government's compliance with a humble address of 4th of February relating to the appointment of Peter Mandelson as His Majesty's Ambassador to the United States.
Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I updated the House last Wednesday on the Government's response to the humble address motion of the 4th of February, after the first tranche of documents were laid in both Houses in response to that motion. The Government has been clear that it is committed to publishing all documents relevant to the humble address, and that further material will be published in due course as officials work through its full scope. The first tranche, as the title of the document made clear, represented part of a return to an address of the Honourable the House of Commons dated the 4th of February 2026. It responded directly to a number of specific elements contained in that motion, namely papers relating to Lord Mandelson's appointment as His Majesty's Ambassador and the discussions that subsequently led to his dismissal. As the Government has said previously, there are specific documents that we would like to disclose, but which the Metropolitan Police have asked us not to do so, in order to avoid prejudicing the ongoing criminal investigation into Peter Mandelson. The Government has agreed to that request. We will publish these documents in the future once the Metropolitan Police has confirmed it will no longer prejudice their investigation. As a consequence of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, and as I set out to the House on the 11th of March, the Government has therefore taken the extraordinary step, as agreed with Mr Speaker, of briefing the Chair of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee on terms agreed by the Metropolitan Police to ensure that there is as much transparency to this House as possible. As the House already understands, the Government must also carefully assess the risks of prejudicing UK national security or international relations posed by the release of any official documents. Again, this process is subject to parliamentary oversight. Any such material will be, and is in the process of being, referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. I thank the committee for its assistance and can confirm this process was also followed regarding the first tranche of material published last week. Outside of this arrangement, it does not change the important and well-established constitutional principle that national security and international relations judgments are ultimately for the government. We are continuing the disclosure process for other documents across government within the scope of the address. Given the breadth of the motion agreed by the House and the large number of materials and departments involved, this process will take time and necessarily requires careful consideration. Where relevant documents are held, they are being prepared for release through an established process, including the appropriate checks relating to national security, international relations, legal privilege, and the protection of personal data. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government has acknowledged that the documents published reveal that the appointment process fell short of what is required. As previously set out, the independent advisor looked last week at the process and concluded that he saw no grounds for the investigation that the Honourable Member, the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, has requested. But as the Prime Minister set out this morning, the inherited process itself was not strong enough. That's why the Prime Minister has already strengthened the process and is committed to strengthening it further in the future. This forms part of wider changes that the Government is bringing forward to improve the system, including a review by the Ethics and Integrity Commission relating to financial disclosures, transparency around lobbying, and the business appointment rules, alongside a review of the national security vetting system. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I have said, and I know members across the House will agree, Jeffrey Epstein was a disgusting individual, and that Peter Mandelson's decision to put their relationship before his victims and the vulnerable was reprehensible. That is why there is a cross-party consensus across the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, for transparency and accountability, and why the Government is committed to publishing all material relevant to the humble address. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will continue to keep the House updated as a matter of priority, as I have done to date, and I commend the statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since last Wednesday, it's become increasingly clear that either the Government did not follow due process in its appointment of Peter Mandelson, or that it has not disclosed all of the relevant documents. In different terms, either the Prime Minister's assurances that full due process was followed were misleading, or the Government has not complied with the humble address. Either would be a contempt of Parliament. Last Wednesday, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister said, "All the documents that are available in relation to Peter Mandelson's appointment and dismissal are published today, subject to those that have been held back by the Metropolitan Police. But there are many, many documents missing." I have detailed 56 to him in a letter that I have sent him. To give a few examples, there is no Prime Ministerial readout on the advice he received. This is a breach of protocol. A Prime Ministerial decision, even if made orally, should be formally recorded. Where is that record? It starts to stink of the sofa government we had under Tony Blair. There are no minutes of any meeting at which this appointment was discussed by anyone at any time. Were there really no meetings about this? Most suspiciously of all, we have no material from the Prime Minister, from his Chief of Staff, or from Peter Mandelson. No box returns, no emails, no forms, no WhatsApps, nothing. It is as though their fingerprints have been forensically removed. To narrow this down, on the 11th of November 2024, the Cabinet Secretary said that if the Prime Minister wanted to make a political appointment, the Civil Service would, and I quote, "develop a plan for the necessary security clearances and do due diligence on any potential conflicts of interest." This was the process. So I want to ask the Chief Secretary two very specific questions. First, did Peter Mandelson receive security clearance, and if so, on what date? There was no document in the release. Second, did Peter Mandelson make a full declaration of his interests? Again, there was no document in the release. And I would remind him that noting the existence of a document does not prejudice an investigation in any way. The Government has already told us about one document it is holding back at the request of the Met Police. It's more than able to tell us about others. It is time for the Government to level with us. What is missing and why?
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I informed the House last week, the documents that pertain to Tranche 1 are the documents the Government owns and has been published in line with the humble address. The Shadow Chancellor asked me about the process followed for the appointment of Peter Mandelson. As the Prime Minister and the Government has said, the process that was inherited was the process that was followed. However, this has shown that that process is not sufficient, which is why it's being strengthened. He made reference to questions about WhatsApps and other messages. I can confirm that those types of documents will be subject to a further tranche being published in due course. He also asked me about security clearance for Peter Mandelson, and I refer back to my answer from last week in respect of that question and refer him to further comments from the Foreign Office.
Mike Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As an ex-alumni of Manchester Metropolitan University, I noticed that institution has stripped Peter Mandelson of all the honours it gave to him while he was Chancellor of that institution between 2016 and 2024. Can the Chief confirm that any contacts with government and the Department of Education in that period are not subject to this investigation currently?
Secretary.
I can confirm, Madam Deputy Speaker, that any documents that are within the scope of the humble address and refer to communications between ministers and others and Peter Mandelson are part of the disclosure process currently being undertaken by the government.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We may debate whether the Prime Minister's appointment of Peter Mandelson was a weirdly rushed, catastrophic lack of judgment or just a stunning level of disengaged naivety. Either way, the British public are rightfully wondering whether or not decency in public office is just too much to ask. And can I reassure them on behalf of the Liberal Democrats that no, it is not too much to ask. As well as confirming that his ongoing relationship with a convicted sexual predator was known, the files also revealed that Mandelson was given top-level briefings before his vetting was finished, a vetting process that clearly failed by any measure. Trust in politics is already stretched thin, and I'm sure that everyone in this House wants to see it restored. If the worst fears of this sorry saga are found to be true, then that trust will take another body blow, boosting only the populists on the left and the right. So, can I ask the Minister, if the Prime Minister really wants to rebuild trust and ensure that proper procedures are always followed, will he commit to taking up Lib Dem calls to make the ministerial code binding in law? But will he also refer himself to the independent ethics advisor to determine whether, in the course of this long sorry saga, he has breached the code or not? The Prime Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his questions. I just wanted to clarify whether he felt I should refer myself to the independent advisor or not. I refer him to the letter from the independent advisor himself, which came out on Friday of last week, which concluded that there was no grounds for investigation into the Prime Minister's conduct because the process that the government inherited for these types of appointments had been followed appropriately. That process itself, as the Prime Minister has said this morning again, is clearly not sufficient, which is why it needs to be changed for the future.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Peter Mandelson's appointment has done serious damage to public trust. But the deeper issue, as we are finding out, is the culture that made this possible. When a small clique is able to wield this much influence, confidence in public appointments is, of course, badly undermined. So can I ask the Chief Secretary what structural changes are being made to ensure that factionalism and cronyism can never again override the national interest?
Chief Secretary.
I refer my honourable friend to the part of my statement in relation to the work of the Ethics and Integrity Commission and the work that the Prime Minister has set it in reviewing the rules around transparency, lobbying, business accounting rules and other such related processes.
David Davies.
Last week, the government withheld the questions the Prime Minister put to Peter Mandelson and his responses, apparently at the request of the Metropolitan Police. This is perhaps the most important documentation we could see, and as the Deputy Speaker confirmed, Erskine May confirms that for criminal purposes, proceedings are active when a charge has been brought. That's the balance between justice and democracy. Given that Mr Mandelson has not been charged, this matter does not fall in the sub judice rule, and he may not be charged for a year or more, if ever. There also appears to be no other statutory bar to the government releasing information. Police and Criminal Evidence Act doesn't apply, Freedom of Information Act doesn't apply, the Contempt of Court doesn't apply, because Section 5 of that excludes public debate of matters of public interest. So given the lack of statutory bars preventing the government from action, will he release that document?
Chief Secretary.
I'm sure the right honourable gentleman and members across the House would not want to do anything to prejudice a criminal investigation that may finally result in justice for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his associates. As I have said to the House repeatedly, Madam Deputy Speaker, where the Metropolitan Police has asked for documents to be held back, we have consented to that, but recognising the points he makes, have agreed a process with the chair of the relevant select committee, which of course is a member of his side of the House, to be able to see those documents so that any accusations of any cover-up by the government could be shown to be inaccurate.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Secretary has just mentioned that the process was not strong enough, but I would have to say that was a massive understatement. The due diligence checklist published last week screamed reputational risks. Yet its red flags were ignored and dismissed, exposing deeply embedded culture of deception. Mandelson's appointment has dragged our party into the gutter, and the apparent collusion between key figures in Labour Together and the Prime Minister's top team signals their clear complicity in this failure of judgment. Will the government now take responsibility and support a full independent inquiry into Labour Together and those within the UK Prime Minister's office who enable this?
Where the government has ability to take action to ensure transparency and accountability on this matter, it is making sure that it does so. For organisations that are outside of government, it is for those organisations to consider such requests.
Sir Julian Lewis.
It's not much good blaming the process when it's as plain as a pikestaff that the government knew that Peter Mandelson's appointment was, to put it mildly, extremely dodgy. If there were any conversations held over the telephone or face-to-face, or any private emails sent from people's personal email addresses, will they be made available to this House?
The documents that fall within the scope of the humble address will be made available to the House in the way that I've set out.
Rachel Maskell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be very useful to know what proportion of the documents we've already been able to set eye on, but also what proportion is being held back by the police, so we can make a calculation of how much more is to come. But it all sounds all too casual, not least when my right honourable friend talks about WhatsApp messages. We need to ensure there is proper due process across government, not least when we're talking about the business associations of Peter Mandelson with the client of his own PR company, Global Counsel. Could he say how much more work has to come forward and that this House will see with regards to what was known about Peter Mandelson's relationship with Palantir?
Chief Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a reflection of the depth and extent of the work being undertaken by government to comply with the humble address that means that this is taking some time to be able to process the documents. We moved at pace to publish the first tranche of documents last week, and as I've said to the House, we're going to publish the second tranche as soon as is possible.
Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend referred to very specific documents, meeting notes and decision notes, and these have not been disclosed. Can I just point out that the right honourable gentleman himself is in the position that he must not mislead the House. So, do these documents actually exist? Are there decision notes that have been withheld? Are there meeting notes that have been withheld, or do they not exist?
Chief Secretary.
Documents that the government owns that are within the scope of the humble address have been published as I've set out.
Janet Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Peter Mandelson's behaviour was disgraceful, and his continuing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is difficult to comprehend. It's an insult to his victims and to his survivors, and to the survivors of Epstein's horrific crimes. Clearly, the government is putting in place standards and tightening its appointments and vetting process. But could the Chief Secretary tell the House what work Baroness Anderson will be undertaking in the Cabinet Office, and when we can expect a further update on the progress she has made and is making?
Chief Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? I know that Baroness Anderson from the other place will be listening with great intent at the question that she's put to the House. I was pleased to be able to get the Prime Minister's support to appoint Baroness Anderson as an additional minister in the Cabinet Office to take on this additional work, given the seriousness with which we place on the need for modernisation and reform, and I look forward to the proposals that she'll be bringing forward in due course.
Tessa Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been revealed that Peter Mandelson was given top-level briefings before his vetting was finalised. Who did that, and who's going to hold those people to account? And can the Chief Secretary write to me if he's not able to answer that question now?
Chief Secretary.
As the Prime Minister has already said, the process for certain vetting in relation to ambassadors has meant that in the past, because of the length of time it takes between appointment and then agreement from the host country and the time that certain vetting takes to take place, there had been an established process which allowed for ambassadors to start work and be announced before that had been completed. That is one of the processes that we're reviewing to make sure there aren't such gaps again in the future.
Apsana Begum.
Madam Deputy Speaker, aside from the response to the humble address motion, over 90 MPs, 90 members of this House from across parties are calling for an independent statutory inquiry into the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and British public figures and institutions, and including whether due diligence was undertaken in the case of any appointments to public roles. Can the Minister confirm if it is the government's position to support such calls and establish an inquiry? And if not, can he confirm that there is no influence from Labour Together on such a position?
Minister.
My honourable friend will note that there are legal proceedings underway with actions by the Metropolitan Police and others. The government agrees with her that there should be justice for victims, and anyone who has any insight, knowledge or experience of Jeffrey Epstein, his associates or the events involved should come forward and share that insight.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Did the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff communicate with Mandelson via a private email address?
Any communications that are subject to the humble address will be published in the second tranche.
Anna Baxter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister rightly called for the removal of peerages from disgraced peers. So could the Chief Secretary tell the House when we might expect further updates on the proposed legislation?
Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. I think there is, Madam Deputy Speaker, cross-party agreement that we should bring forward legislation that removes life peerages from those in the other place that bring their house into disrepute or suffer a criminal penalty for their behaviour. That's why the government is working to bring forward legislation that doesn't deal just with Peter Mandelson, but is then available as a sanction for others who behave in that way in the future. We are getting towards the end of this session, but we are committed to bringing forward this legislation, and so we look forward to presenting it shortly.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No matter how many ministers the government sent out over the weekend to try and spin their way out of this crisis, the story remains unchanged. And that is, the Prime Minister chose to ignore the fact that Mandelson remained friends with the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The Prime Minister chose to ignore Mandelson's own scandal-laden political history. And the Prime Minister even chose to ignore the advice of the security services who questioned his suitability for the job. Given the Prime Minister's appalling lack of judgment, can the Minister understand why so many people across these islands believe that he simply cannot be trusted to remain in office?
Chief Secretary.
On the second half of the question, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the public are looking to the Prime Minister and seeing the important leadership role he's playing in the world with events happening in the Middle East and Ukraine and elsewhere, and the importance that has for domestic conditions for families struggling with living standards and who are worried about the future. On the first part of his question, as the Prime Minister has said, he has apologised for appointing Peter Mandelson. He regrets it, it was a mistake, but if he had known the depth and extent of the relationship that then became available from the publication of documents at the appointment of his appointment, he wouldn't have appointed him in the first place.
Alex McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister for his statement this afternoon. Gloucester residents will rightly expect that nobody is above the law. So can the Chief Secretary update the House into what steps him and his department are taking to make sure that the Metropolitan Police have all the support they need in their investigation?
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. Of course, the government takes the humble address with the utmost seriousness and respects the sovereignty of Parliament in its exercise of its own powers. But he is right to remind the House that justice for victims will only be sought as a consequence of criminal investigation and criminal prosecution, not by motions of this House. And that's why it's important that none of us seek to undermine those criminal investigations so that victims may, for once, see justice coming in their direction.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, nobody would expect the government to contravene the indications of the Metropolitan Police with respect to publication of documents. But I think most people would expect that the first step when somebody applies for such an important job, most senior diplomatic post, would be to submit a declaration of interests. It's unclear whether this declaration of interests was submitted and whether that document actually exists, because we haven't seen it yet. And it's also difficult to understand how such a basic first principles requirement wouldn't be disclosed in the first tranche of documents. Why is this?
Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Gentleman is inviting me to itemise the documents that have been held back by the Metropolitan Police, which I'm advised I'm not at liberty to do from the dispatch box. But I will just say to him in the House again that all documents that the government has and is able to publish at this time, it has done so.
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his answer to the urgent question. And I observe that much of this has been talking about tightening up the process. It becomes increasingly clear from the documents that are already in the public domain that this is as much to do with the personnel who were delegated in order to be able to make this political judgment. Can my right honourable friend explain how tightening up this process might ensure that in the future personnel were not in a position to make political judgments of this kind?
Chief Secretary.
I refer my honourable friend to the contents of my statement in what is a very wide-ranging review by the Ethics and Integrity Commission, not just on the process for appointment, but also for vetting, as well as for transparency around lobbying, declaration of interests, and also the business appointment rules. And the government's hope is that the work that the Ethics and Integrity Commission will allow us to have a process that avoids these problems again in the future.
Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For 4 months, I asked the government what severance payments Mandelson received. According to the Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, I received no reply due to an error. And now, once again, we have the failure to release at least 56 documents. Now, Mandelson should have been dismissed for gross misconduct, yet the British people had to fork out a payout despite, Madam Deputy Speaker, Treasury rules saying severance cannot be used to avoid unwelcome publicity or reputational damage. Yeah. Yet the Foreign Office advice to the Prime Minister says, given the reputational impact for HMG, a modest settlement as proposed is the recommended course of action. So does the Minister maintain that no rules are broken with his payoff?
Secretary.
I'll just repeat for the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that all the documents the government has, in line with the humble address, have been published. I think the reference to 56 documents was a reference to 56 documents that the opposition might like to think exist, as opposed to those which have been published by the government. In relation to her questions on severance payment, the documents were published in the bundle last week and they speak for themselves.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For 5 years before my election, I led adult survivors of childhood sexual abuse services. It's a cause that means a lot to me, and I know it's a cause that means a lot to the Prime Minister too. We also know that we're furious in these benches at Peter Mandelson. He hoodwinked left, right and centre, requiring the Prime Minister to ring him up in the embassy in the middle of the night to fire him. The Prime Minister has said that if he had known then what is now known, he would not have appointed him. There is a criminal investigation underway that we cannot cut across, and there are critical pieces of information that have not yet been disclosed, including the follow-up questions and the answers from Peter Mandelson to those questions. Will the Minister outline where we might hear about the next step and the release of those questions and those answers? Because I think we should be reserving judgment until we see the totality of the evidence, and we as politicians are here to be led by the evidence.
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As I've said from the dispatch box, there are documents that the government would have wished to have been able to publish as part of the humble address documents, but which the Metropolitan Police have asked us not to do so. And it is right that we have honoured that request, given the ongoing criminal investigation. As soon as the Metropolitan Police have informed us that they have discharged their duties, we will publish those documents to the House.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister admitted to this House that he knew about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Mandelson. It appears, from the documentation released so far, that he didn't actually interview him for the job and make a decision on that. It was left to staffers. Despite that, there are newsreels showing both the Prime Minister and Peter Mandelson in different public places, obviously having convivial discussions. So could the Minister confirm that the Prime Minister did not formally interview Peter Mandelson for the job? And if not, why not?
Chief Secretary.
The documents that were published in the tranche last week in relation to the humble address show the process that was followed, which was the proper process at the time.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for his answers so far. And could he outline that this government will do everything they possibly can to support the police investigation? Because would he agree with me that whether we're members of this place, the other place, or former princes, it's hugely important for public trust that nobody is above the law, and the victims of these vile crimes deserve nothing less?
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I think all members across the House would recognise the primacy of the criminal investigations underway as the best route for justice for victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his associates. But with that in mind, the government is, of course, committed to complying with the humble address and its transparency obligations to Parliament, whilst holding back the documents the Metropolitan Police have asked us to do so.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Chancellor of the Duchess of Lancaster and honourable friends on this side have asked this week about the Declaration of Interest. Either this exists and he doesn't want to say so, or it doesn't exist and he doesn't want to say so. So for respect for this House, for the public, for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, will he confirm now whether this exists or not?
Chief Secretary.
I'll just say to the honourable lady to listen carefully to the answer I give. I'm not able to itemise all documents given our obligations, as I've already set out from the dispatch box. What I can say to her, as I've said to her right honourable friend, the member for Salisbury, all documents that the government has and is able to publish at this time have been published. The only documents that have not been published are documents that are either being held by the Metropolitan Police or by agreement through the Intelligence and Security Committee, which is not relevant to Tranche 1 that was published last week.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mandelson wanted more than £500,000 to walk away from this job. This government gave him £75,000 for someone who the Prime Minister said was clearly dishonest and lied. Will this government be seeking to recover that money, that public taxpayers' money?
Chief Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the government didn't wish to give £1 to Peter Mandelson, but as the documents from Tranche 1 revealed last week, it was based on advice that the quickest possible route to removing Peter Mandelson from the civil service employment was to provide a severance payments on the terms provided, and that sum was lower than the anticipated cost of legal fees associated with an employment tribunal dispute.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 weeks ago, the Chancellor to the Prime Minister, Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, apologies, gave me 2 very pithy answers, so I ask him to do the same again this week. First of all, did Peter Mandelson receive top-secret so-called strap security clearance? And we'll try once again, did Peter Mandelson submit a declaration of interest? Yes or no to both those questions?
Chief Secretary.
I refer him to my previous answer.
Bradley Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does the Minister believe that a declaration of interest form should have been submitted for a role as significant as this?
Secretary.
I agree that all process should be followed, yes.
Dr Kieran Muller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The problem with these sorts of scandals is time moves on, more and more people are tarnished by them. Last week, when the papers revealed that Mandelson received £75,000, I asked the Chief Secretary to the Treasury whether they were worried about what he might say at an employment tribunal. And he said, and I quote, "That was not the rationale. The documents will speak for themselves." And of course, documents do speak for themselves. In fact, they say, and this is part of the business case for the payout, which the Minister was aware of because it was sent to him, given the reputational impact for HMG, a modest settlement as proposed is a recommended course of action. And they also said the individual has a high profile which could give rise to reputational damage to the FCDO and HMG were a court or tribunal claim to be pursued. Exactly what I suggested in the papers that the Minister denied being part of the reasoning. Does he want to apologise for inadvertently misleading the House, and does he agree that having those papers shown that they broke Treasury rules on how those payments should be made?
Chief Secretary.
I think I said to the House last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, and just for the sake of clarity, whilst I recognise in correspondence in the bundle it mentions the business case being referred to me for my approval, that was never sent and was never received. So I was not privy to the business case, which he suggested I was in his question. On his question about the basis of the severance payment, as I've said to the House, the severance payment was deemed, based on advice, to be the quickest way to get Peter Mandelson off of the civil service employment, and that it was cheaper than maybe incurring the legal fees of a dispute at the employment tribunal.
Dr Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the first tranche being brought forward. One of those documents
says the due diligence checklist, advice for the Prime Minister on the 11th of 12th, 24, has an entire section about Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Yet on the 4th of February, at Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister said, quote, "If I knew then what I know now, I would never have been anywhere near government." What additional information did the Prime Minister get to make that conclusion?
Secretary.
I think the honourable member is referring to the initial release of documents by Bloomberg, which exposed the extent and depth of the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein, which was not made clear to the Prime Minister prior to that appointment, which was subsequently confirmed by the US Department for Justice documents.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In our country, and I fully support the government's national inquiry into grooming gangs and child sexual exploitation, the Epstein scandal exposes a global sex ring with many hundreds, if not thousands, of underage girls and women being trafficked for sex, for political, financial and global influence. It is right that the government is publishing details around the appointment of Peter Mandelson. However, will the government or the minister confirm what other steps the government is taking to go through all the millions of pieces of evidence and documentation being released by the US Justice Department to find and prosecute every single British person that took part in the exploitation of women and girls?
Chief Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question. He's right to remind the House that whilst we have important questions on process and documentation and appointments and dismissal of civil servants, above and beyond all of that was the most horrifying set of crimes that are imaginable to any of us in this House. And the fact that they were able to happen in that way reminds us that we have much, much further to go to deal with male violence against women and exploitation of women by the powerful and the rich. That's why the government is committed to its strategy on violence against women and girls, and of course why it will comply with any investigation where we can be of assistance to ensure that justice is being delivered for those victims.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker. What level of security clearance was Peter Mandelson granted prior to his appointment as Ambassador to the United States?
Chief Secretary.
I can confirm to the House my previous answer about the process for his appointment, agrément, and then the security vetting that took place. For particular details, I need to refer him to the Foreign Office.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chief Secretary for making himself available and every occasion the House asks him to come along and ask and answer questions. Thank him for that. As each week passes, the attention to this matter does not divert, but indeed it intensifies. And with each seeming redirection, the British public become even more dejected and less confident in the government structures that are in place to hold staff and ministers to the highest possible standard. So will the Chief Secretary outline what additional steps can be put in place to assure the members of this House and indeed the British public that the present job application route has completely shut down and that political persuasion will cease to be the top qualifying criteria in government employment shortlists? Thank you so much.
Chief Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question. As I think I've said to the House before, the vast majority of people who apply to join the public service do so to serve the public and are honourable people who acknowledge and live the Nolan principles in every day of their work. But what the Peter Mandelson example has shown, and there have been others in the past, is that for all the rules in place that serve the majority well, there are still too many opportunities for those who wish to get around them to do so. And that's why the work that the Ethics and Integrity Commission is now doing is going to be vitally important to try to prevent that risk again happening in the future.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and apologies for not being able to give you notice of this point of order. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Ministerial Code very clearly says that ministers must provide accurate information to this House. And under the duty of truthfulness, it says ministers are required to be as open as possible with Parliament and maintain high standards of accountability, i.e. not by just what they say, but what they fail to say. Now, I know you, Madam Deputy Speaker, don't enforce the Ministerial Code, but would you expect a minister who has misled the House by omission to return to the House to correct the record?
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. Whilst I am the occupant of the chair is not responsible for ministers' words, I would expect any minister by omission to return to the House. However, that is a matter for the Treasury benches and not a matter for the Chair. We now conclude the urgent question and move on to the next urgent question. So we will give a few moments for the front benches to switch over. We now come to the urgent question. Dr. Luke Evans.
To ask the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to make a statement on the changes to the GP contract 2026-2027.
Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we came into office, we found GP services in an appalling state, underfunded, understaffed and in crisis. But since July 2024, this government has been fixing the front door to the NHS, investing more than £100 million to fix up GP surgeries this year, making online booking available to patients across the country, recruiting 2,000 more GPs who are now serving patients on the front line, and following investment in advice and guidance, we've seen 1.3 million diverted referrals since April 25, people who would have otherwise been added to the electives waiting list. So a lot has been done, but there is a lot more still to do. We are determined to make the system fairer for coastal communities and deprived areas, so we've launched a review into the Car-Hill formula to close the gap on health disparities and ensure that funding is targeted on the basis of need. We shall shortly update the House in the usual way on our Car-Hill review. Madam Deputy Speaker, last year's GP contract saw the biggest cash increase in over a decade. And this year we're investing an additional £485 million, taking total investment made through the contract to over £13.8 billion this financial year. But of course, investment must always be combined with reform. So the new contract will improve access for patients by requiring that all clinically urgent requests are dealt with on the same day. It will provide a mechanism to hire even more GPs via a new practice-level reimbursement scheme, and it will support the shift from treatment to prevention as set out in our 10-year plan through incentives to boost childhood vaccination rates, better care for patients living with obesity, and requiring GPs to share data with the lung cancer screening programme. Madam Deputy Speaker, these ideas weren't cooked up by someone sat behind a desk in Whitehall. What's happening is that we are taking the best of the NHS to the rest of the NHS, working with pioneering practices who've been doing these things for a long time. Today we can see our policies are working, and after years of decline in general practice, we are getting the front door back onto its hinges. Patient satisfaction with general practice is finally moving in the right direction. According to the ONS, almost 77% of people described contacting their GP as easy in January this year, up from just 60% where it was languishing in July 2024. And I know that when he gets up, the honourable gentleman and his honourable friends will welcome hugely the progress that we are making.
Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this Health Secretary and his team have perfected the sales pitch for NHS reform. The problem is the detail never seems to arrive. A 10-year health plan with no delivery chapter. The abolition of NHS England, yet no price tag. 10 new straight-to-test referral pathways announced by the Health Secretary, but he couldn't name a single one. And now a new GP contract with more questions than answers. Madam Deputy Speaker, calling something modernisation does not make it reform. If the rules and the delivery are unclear, it's simply confusion with branding. Take advice and guidance. In practice, this appears to create a single point of access for referrals. GPs will no longer be able to refer directly to a consultant, even when they believe it's clinically appropriate. So will the government publish the clinical evidence supporting this approach? And who will carry the legal responsibility if, in a GP's professional judgment, a patient needs to see a consultant but must first go through advice and guidance? If advice and guidance becomes mandatory as an extra layer before referral, is the government not, in essence, managing the waiting list by keeping patients in primary care rather than treating them in secondary care? Waiting lists will look shorter on paper, yet patients are simply waiting elsewhere in the system. So can the Minister clarify exactly where those patients will appear in the official waiting list figures? Alongside this, The contract requires patients deemed clinically urgent to be dealt with on the same day. But the contract doesn't define what urgent means or what dealt with actually means. And this really matters. So I asked the Minister 3 clear questions. First, when will the government publish the clinical definition of urgent? A patient's sick note is urgent for them, but not clinically urgent. And what counts as a patient being dealt with on the same day? Second, the Minister talks about access, but how can practices guarantee same-day responses when demand is uncapped and definitions aren't published? And finally, with advice and guidance being required as a mandate beforehand, how will we ensure patients are protected and where will they appear on the waiting lists?
Well, I thank him for those questions when he finally got to the GP questions. On clinical evidence for advice and guidance, I think the evidence speaks for itself. We introduced advice and guidance in the last contract with an £80 million investment. It has been a stunning success. Take-up across the country has been huge, and the stat that matters most of all, 1.3 million referrals that would have ended up in electives have been dealt with by GPs. And what's more, the honourable gentleman chuntering from a sedentary position doesn't seem to care what actually matters for patients, which is through advice and guidance, they're able to get a response from their GP within about 48 hours. It takes a lot longer to get an outpatient appointment, I can tell him that. So I think if he's looking for stats on advice and guidance, I'll give him this one. 1.3 million taken off electives and dealt with, and that is part of the hospital to community shift. In terms of the definition of urgent, well, we trust our clinicians. We know that general practitioners are experts in their field. They know when they see an urgent issue, but they also know it might be something with a more acute manifestation of COPD, or perhaps a child who's got a rash which has suddenly looked more dangerous than it did the day before. So, you know, we trust our GPs to make those decisions. It's a real pity that the benches opposite don't seem to do that. And in terms of access, well, again, he wants a stat. In July 2024, patient satisfaction with access to the GP was languishing at a miserable 60% after 14 years of Tory neglect and chaos. Today, patient satisfaction with access to their GP stands at 76%, Madam Deputy Speaker, a 16% improvement in patient satisfaction with access to GPs. He asked for stats. Maybe he should take that stat and deal with it.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend mentioned the Cahill formula, and York had the lowest funding under the PCGs, the PCTs, the CCGs, and now ICBs. It's really important because we're not the most affluent place that the new funding formula works for areas like York. Could he say a little bit more about how that will be determined so that my community gets the health spending that it deserves?
Minister.
I thank her for that question, and the Cahill review is happening as we speak. I expect to be getting a submission from officials on that first round of analysis that's being conducted by the NIHR, and that will, I think, be the first step towards agreeing on how we make the formula work with a view to implementing the new Cahill formula from the 1st of April 2027.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome that the Government has adopted our policy of seeing clinically urgent patients on the same day. But patient safety is being put at risk by increasing workloads, according to the members of the Royal College of GPs. 1 in 5 patients are being forced to wait at least 2 weeks for an appointment. This Government's funding of 1,600 new GPs, whilst welcome, is insufficient to deliver the required shift to community care. The Health Foundation says an additional 6,500 GPs will be needed by 2031. The Liberal Democrats will provide 8,000 more GPs. So what is the Minister doing to address this shortfall? Residents in Epsom and Ewell who are already struggling to get a GP appointment are concerned that increased housing will make it even harder. What is the Minister doing to ensure there is funding for GP buildings as well as GPs? I welcome that the Government's focus on the obesity crisis. However, this does not fix the root cause. So aside from the junk food ban, what steps is the Government also taking to encourage children and young people to create active and healthy habits for life from an early age? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank her for those questions. On buildings, we have the £102 million Primary Care Utilisation Fund, which is going to be very important in terms of refurbishing GP practices. And of course, we are committed to delivering 120 new neighbourhood health centres by the end of this Parliament, 250 by 2035. She asks about GP numbers. Well, in our manifesto, we pledged to bring back the family doctor, and that is precisely what we're doing. We said that we would deliver 1,000 new GPs to the front line. We are delivering 2,000, so we've smashed through our manifesto pledge, and there will be more to come because thanks to the practice level reimbursement scheme, we're also making the scheme more flexible. So it doesn't have to be GPs who've just come out of training. We're now enabling practices to hire more experienced GPs. This will also help with underemployment. There are many GPs across the country who are maybe only practicing 3 days a week. This was an opportunity to boost that to 4 or even 5 days a week.
Josh Fenton-Blaine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When this government took office, the number of registered patients per GP was much higher than the national average in Calder Valley, with one GP surgery in Brighouse having 600 additional patients per GPs. Can the Minister confirm to me that with the new GP contracts and the new Carhill formula, the funding will help practices in my constituency recruit the GPs they need so people can see a doctor when they need one?
Minister.
I thank him for that question. Of course, not able to preempt the Carhill review, but I am absolutely clear that what we've had is a system based on often data that's 25 years old. And of course, we know the benches opposite, they have the Tunbridge Wells philosophy. We'll always recall the former Prime Minister standing up in front of Conservative Party members and proudly proclaiming the fact that he'd been taking money out of parts of the country that needed it most and pumping it into those parts of the country that were delivering his pork barrel politics.
Dr. Andrew Merrison.
Deputy Speaker, the nod to the pressures on rural general practices in the Carhill process is to be welcomed, as is the improvement to many GP practices. But the reason so many principals in general practice are throwing in the towel in the prime of their professional lives is because of the bureaucracy that many of them tell me burdens them well after the last patient has left their clinic. What are we going to do to reduce the administrative pressure on general practitioners and prevent this hemorrhaging of the most experienced of our doctors and their early retirement or going part-time?
I thank him for that question. He makes a very important point about the bureaucracy. Many of the reforms that we are pushing for in the contract are designed to reduce bureaucracy, for example, on advice and guidance, by moving to a single point of access and embedding advice and guidance into the contract. We will actually reduce the number of transactions because the current advice and guidance system, the practice needs to put in a request for a £20 payment each time it does advice and guidance. We are embedding that and streamlining that. The other point I would make, of course, is at the heart of our 10-year plan is the shift from analogue to digital. I have seen some extraordinarily effective AI technology around ambient voice services which enable an entire consultation to be recorded, put directly into the system, thus saving the GP hours at the end of the day in terms of writing up notes.
Dr. Simon Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to declare an interest. I am a working GP in the NHS, and I probably wouldn't be standing here if general practice hadn't been decimated over the last 14 years. So can I welcome the £485 million of extra funding? Can I also welcome the fact that the capacity and access money is being channeled back into emergency GP action? So we're increasing appointments and therefore increasing the continuity of care and bringing back the family doctor. And so I'd just like some reassurance around the advice and guidance and the referral mechanisms that these processes would not get in the way of Jess's law, which is about Jess's rule, which is about referring patients on their third presentation without any particular diagnosis. Thank you.
I thank him for that, and he's absolutely right. The £292 million that we've made available for advice and guidance is a repurposed funding from the capacity and access investment payments. So it's absolutely part of incentivising that improved access and better patient outcomes. I can absolutely assure him that Jess's rule remains absolutely fixed as a really important part of ensuring that it's 3 strikes and the referral. Whatever happens, that will be a top priority throughout the embedding of this contract.
Dame Caroline Diney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents will welcome some of these headlines. The clinically urgent cases seem on the same day, more GPs. But I'm wondering what's being done to help accommodate this. Stubbington Surgery in my constituency has excellent staff delivering really great patient satisfaction, but they are hampered by really suboptimal buildings. They have literally expanded to fill every inch of available space. The former cupboard under the stairs is now the phlebotomy room. They need a new site, but that is proving very difficult to find, not only the place but also the capital funding to deliver it. I wonder if he can give them any hope from this announcement, please.
Minister.
Well, I thank her for that question, and I'm not familiar with the details of that specific case. If she'd like to write to me, I'd be more than happy to furnish her with a response. I think there is a real concern in some parts of the country, particularly perhaps where there's been new developments or population moving into the area, that the GP practice hasn't got the capacity that's required. I'm not sure if that's what's happened in the case that she refers to, but in those cases, of course, we do also look to developers. We look at Section 106 and CIL as an opportunity, and we've got the Primary Care Utilisation Fund, and of course, with Neighbourhood Health Centre funding coming on stream, that may also be an opportunity. But if she'd care to write to me, I'll furnish her with a response.
Alistair Strathern.
Speaker, the welcome funding alongside the contract to hire 16,000 more GPs will be really encouraging news for my community. But in high growth areas like mine, all too often physical space rather than funding for GPs is a constraint on practices. I'm really glad that after getting involved, we've been able to help move forward crucial expansion products at Sheffield Health Centre and at Lower Stondon GP surgery in my constituency. But we shouldn't need the GP to get the MP to get involved in situations like this to help out our GPs. So will he meet with me to help decide how we can work with our ICBs better to ensure that where we've got areas of significant housing growth, we're seeing the growth in GP surgeries automatically in the future?
Minister.
I thank him, and very much along the lines of what I was saying to the Honourable Lady opposite, we absolutely need to ensure that where those areas of population growth are happening, that the social infrastructure is there for them, and I'd be more than happy to meet with him to discuss that further.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In this country, we have an immense wealth of talented young people who would love to train to be doctors. But over many decades, we haven't recruited enough. And I appreciate it's not just an issue with Department for Health. It spans across the Department for Education as well as Treasury. But is there something more that could be done to increase the number of doctor placements so we can train more and so we can rely less on recruiting doctors from overseas in often countries much poorer than our own?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that, but that is precisely what we've been doing. We have, in our manifesto, we said we would bring back the family doctor. We said we would hire 1,000 more GPs to the front line. We've delivered 2,000. When we came in July 2024, there was this bizarre situation where demand for access to GPs was spiralling, and yet the additional roles reimbursement scheme that was designed under the previous government was not for GPs. It was for physician associates, anybody else in the practice, but not for GPs. So what we've done is bulldoze that bureaucracy, invested £82 million in getting the ARRS up and running and being fit for purpose. And as a result, 2,000 more GPs and 1,600 more full-time equivalents through this contract.
Michelle Welsh, followed by Steve Dowling. Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently met with Byron PCN, who were clear about the pressures facing primary care. Could the Minister inform the House on how reforming GP contracts can ensure communities in my constituency with a growing population can better access GP services? We have been waiting over 14 years for a GP practice in Hucknall.
Minister.
Well, I thank her for that question, and I think a number of things have happened which will help with access to GPs. One is, of course, the very significant increase in the number of GPs that we put on the front line. The other is online access, where we are now dealing with the 8 a.m. scramble by ensuring that we don't have a choke point on the telephone lines, because we've got more and more people who are able to go and use the online access. And then with regard to the capabilities in terms of the infrastructure that's there, the physical infrastructure, a very important part of that is our commitment to neighbourhood health, and there's going to be 120 new neighbourhood health centres by the end of this Parliament. That, I think, will really help to deliver that hospital to community shift that I'm sure her constituents are looking forward to.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. GPs truly are the front line of our NHS. And I recently had the pleasure of meeting representatives from the Chilcot practice in Torquay. They shared with me their concerns over the global sum payment, and their calculations suggested that it should be a little in excess of £200 now. The recently announced payment is now £128 per year. So would the Minister please advise how he plans to bridge this gap?
Minister.
I thank you for that question. Of course, the very significant uplift that we made to the contract last year, £1.1 billion, and then the £485 million additional investment that we're making this year will go some way to addressing the question that he asked. Of course, there is always more that we can do, but we've got to deal with the very many competing priorities that we have across the Department for Health and Social Care, but general practice is right at the top of the list, and I think that is demonstrated by the fact that we've invested in more GPs, better online access, and more physical infrastructure for general practice.
Michael Payne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently met with Stenhouse Medical Practice in Arnold, who talked to me about the need for investing in primary care in order to alleviate pressure on our hospitals. Can I take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to thank all the GPs and GP staff across Gedling? And will the Minister explain to me what actions this government is taking and how that will improve GP services for my constituents in Gedling?
Minister.
I thank him for that. And he makes such an important point about paying tribute to the incredible work that our GPs and their teams do right across the length and breadth of our country, including in Gedling, and he's an excellent champion for his constituency. I think it's about marrying investment with reform. So in addition to the 1.1 billion in the last contract, 485 million in this, and the measures I've mentioned on recruiting more GPs to the front line, there's also some very important work happening around that treatment to prevention side of the shift within the 10-year plan. We're boosting childhood vaccination rates, better care for patients living with obesity, and requiring GPs to share data with the lung cancer screening programme. So that it's about incentivising GPs, working with them as partners as we move forward into the modernisation of our health service.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The new contract has stated that GPs must offer on-the-day appointments for urgent requests. They already do. And unlimited access during opening hours up to 6:30 p.m. with no definition of urgent. This will mean those with complex needs like me will wait longer for appointments. The words of Katrina, one of my constituents today, who has messaged me. So what reassurance can the Secretary of State offer my constituents like Katrina that this new system will work for everyone and not just those self-diagnosing their sick note as urgent?
Minister.
Well, the key point on this is that the GPs are the clinicians who we trust to define what urgent means. But there are, of course, a number of criteria and conditions which will ring that extra alarm bell and ensure that that patient is registered as urgent. But it's worth mentioning as well, of course, that 46% of all GP appointments take place on the same day where contact is made with the GP surgery. So performance is already good. And of course, the majority of those would be classified as urgent. So this isn't something new that we're just sort of landing on general practice. It's much more about making sure that we've got clear line of sight into who are the urgent patients and ensuring that urgent patients do get that treatment on the first day.
Marcus Campbell-Saviours.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome these reforms, but on the issue of accountability, despite years of failure documented in multiple coroner and CQC inspection reports, The ICB have not yet removed the contract from Cockermouth's Castlegate and Derwent partnership. What else do ministers believe I can do to ensure a failing partnership is held to account, other than calling for the resignation of the senior partner, Dr. Desert?
Well, I thank him for his question, and he is a doughty campaigner for his constituents. I'm not familiar with the details of the case that he mentioned, but I'd be very happy to look into it. Maybe if he'd care to write to me, we can take that further.
Lisa Kearns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Local doctors tell me they were hoping the new contract be focused on family medicine with detail about the 10-year plan and neighbourhood health centres that the Minister has just touched on. So when will the Secretary of State be releasing the detail of the neighbourhood contract? Because this is really vital as I work with local health authorities to try and secure a second practice for residents in Stamford.
Minister.
I thank her for that. The guidance on neighbourhood health will be published very soon indeed. It's almost complete and is coming very soon. We recognise that general practice is going to be right at the heart of neighbourhood health. So ensuring that we have a single neighbourhood provider contract, a multi-neighbourhood provider contract that are aligned with the best value that we can deliver, both for the taxpayer, but of course also in terms of patient outcomes. So we'll also be consulting on the single neighbourhood provider and multi-neighbourhood provider. That consultation process will start sometime after the overall overarching neighbourhood guidance, which is coming out very soon.
Helena Dollimore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been really hard to get a GP appointment in Hastings and Rye, so I really welcome the bold action that this government is taking to tackle that 8 a.m. scramble to get a GP appointment. More funding for GPs, changing the funding formula to better support coastal towns like ours, and requiring GPs as part of this new contract to have online booking and same-day appointments for urgent cases. But I want to make sure that all the people I represent are benefiting from the reforms that this government is introducing. So this spring I'll be launching a GP survey for all my constituents to fill out, and I would ask the Minister what work is he doing to make sure we feel the benefits of these reforms everywhere in the country, and will he, alongside the NHS officials and at the Integrated Care Board, meet me later this year to discuss the findings of my GP survey?
Minister.
I thank her for that, and we have had some discussions about GP practice in her constituency. I know she's doing excellent work to ensure that performance is always being driven in the right direction. She asks about what we're doing right across the country. Of course, the Cahill formula will be a nationwide initiative, and the contract itself is nationwide, but it is really important as well to ensure that the government doesn't sort of try to micromanage. Very important for ICBs and trusts to work together. We are there to set the framework, to ensure that everybody is clear about the outcomes, and then it's up to the people at the coalface to deliver those outcomes. But of course, we need to know where that's not working. So perhaps once she has the survey, we could look at that, and it'd be a good way of checking in on ensuring that there is a golden thread between the outcomes that we want to see and the delivery on the ground.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently spent half a day with the spa surgery in Harrogate, with spending time with practice managers, GPs, partners, receptionists and nurses, and I'm really grateful to them for that. The Minister earlier said that he trusts GPs to make decisions, and just a moment ago said that the government shouldn't be in the business of micromanaging. But the new contract outlines specific directions for spending. So how does the Minister reconcile that with the fact that local GP partners are telling me that the contract will remove the flexibility to manage and meet local service needs, and the uplifts in funding won't cover the costs of these additional obligations?
Thank you for that question, but I think it's pretty clear to us, based on the experience of advice and guidance, I think it's advice and guidance that he's referring to specifically, the £80 million that we invested in advice and guidance under the last contract has been extraordinarily successful, with very high take-up right across the country. And as a result, we've kept 1.3 million people out of electives who didn't need to go to electives, didn't need to go to those outpatient appointments. And what we're doing now is embedding that in the contract, because it's been such a success. By embedding it in the contract, we're actually giving more flexibility and less bureaucracy, because there's going to be a single point of access in the trust, and the GPs will be able to then access high-level consultant expertise and specialism to give them the feedback they need for that particular patient and whether or not they need to go in for an outpatient appointment. So it's more flexibility, high-level triage, and much better outcomes for patients.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My dad was a GP in Hartlepool for 33 years. He worked through the improvements brought in by the last Labour government, but also until his retirement, the destruction that was overseen by the last Conservative government, most notably the inability to get a same-day urgent appointment that saw far too many patients ending up the door of their local hospital. Does the Minister agree that ensuring same-day urgent appointments gets treatment back out of hospitals and into communities where they belong?
I thank him for that question. I can really feel the passion that he asks it with, particularly because of his family connections. I think it's vitally important that clinically urgent patients get treatment on the day one, and we are confident that that is happening in many, many cases. But by embedding it in the contract, we just have that additional level of transparency and commitment from all sides of the equation. And I think that that is really important because it recognises in many cases what is already happening and good performance, but it also drives up performance in areas where it's not where it should be.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Cambridgeshire receives an increasingly raw deal with regards to the Cahill formula due to the fact that the demographics population-wise have changed so dramatically over the last 25 years. So I welcome the announcement that the Cahill formula will be reviewed and a new formula will be in place by 1st of April next year. But with regards to Cambridgeshire, we are about to move into a mega ICB with Bedfordshire and Milton Keynes. And so could the Minister just outline and allay concerns in my constituency as to how that will affect Cambridgeshire, given that we're going to see a change in the Cahill formula and we're about to move into one of the biggest ICBs in the country that will undoubtedly have an impact on local services.
Minister.
I thank him for that. Clearly, there's a lot of change happening in the system. That's because a lot of change was required. Frankly, we have to do what we're doing if we're going to get the NHS back on its feet and fit for the future with the 3 big shifts that we have in our 10-year plan. Part of that is about the structure. And our view is that we can consolidate more of the, if you like, back office activity. That will help to free up more resources for doing more on the front line. And of course, ICBs play a vitally important role, particularly in terms of commissioning. So we want to see more strategic commissioning, more resource and expertise put into the parts of the ICB which are actually delivering better outcomes in terms of population health, and less duplication and more streamlining in terms of the back office functions. So it's about getting more efficiency, but of being more responsive as well to patients and to practitioners on the front line.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome what the Minister said about the government's reforms, assuring same-day access for GPs for urgent cases, but also making it easier to get an appointment online, finally moving towards ending the 8 a.m. scramble. However, I recently visited Swanscombe Health Centre, where the brilliant team are under significant pressure because of the large numbers of new families moving to the area, particularly in neighbouring Ebbsfleet, which has seen 5,000 very welcome new homes built so far. I wonder, would the Minister visit Swanscombe with me to see the work the practice is doing and look at how we can get GP services designed into developments much earlier in the process in areas like Ebbsfleet Garden City?
Minister.
I thank him for that, and it's an issue that honourable members raise with me regularly. There does seem to be something of a disconnect between when there is a new development taking place and the Section 106 or CIL that should be delivering social infrastructure around that new development doesn't seem to be happening. So I'd be happy to meet with him to discuss where that may not be happening in the specific case, and then of course we could discuss the possibility of a visit.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Blackburn is one of the most deprived towns in the country, and the health inequalities are stark. Yet despite that, Blackburn has the 3rd highest patient to GP ratio in the United Kingdom. So whilst I welcome the government's intention to move towards a needs-based funding formula, the satisfaction statistics the Minister refers to simply do not reflect within my constituency. In recent weeks, I've had constituents say it's been almost impossible to obtain a GP appointment, whether online or via the phone. So I ask the Minister, when will residents in my constituency see the difference that he refers to?
Well, I think in many ways the first part of his question is connected to the second part, because as he has pointed out absolutely correctly, that thanks to the 14 years of neglect and incompetence that we saw, the Cahill formula became a very anachronistic way of sharing funding out on a basis that should be based on need, but was based on very outdated statistics and data. So we're fixing that. That I think will feed into his constituents, but I think it is disappointing to hear that he's had that feedback, because it doesn't reflect the nationwide polling from the ONS, which shows that satisfaction, which was languishing at 60%, satisfaction with access, I should say, languishing at 60% in July 2024, now stands at 76%.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hugely welcome the investment in general practice, and particularly the flexibility to employ often underemployed GPs who are wanting additional hours and shifts. I also welcome the Minister's comments about innovation and AI. Sadly, I've had representations from Grange Park Surgery in Burley and Wharfdale in my own constituency who find they are unable to deliver high-quality care because of unreliable and outdated IT systems which are provided across the Bradford area. Frequent outages are directly impacting access and patient care. So will the Minister set out what investment is available to ICBs to ensure that shift from analogue to digital?
Well, I thank her for that, and thanks to the decisions that the Chancellor of the Exchequer has made, significant additional funding has been made available for capital investment in our NHS, and a big part of that is around driving the shift from analogue to digital. The other shifts are not going to work. Hospital to community, sickness to prevention all rely on that pivotal shift, which is about moving us from the analogue age into the digital age. It's disappointing to hear about the specific feedback that she just gave with regard to the practices in her constituency, and if she'd like to write to me or grab me in the division lobby, we can talk about the specifics of those cases. But overall, the capital budget has been significantly boosted by the decisions that our Chancellor of the Exchequer has made.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Serious concerns have been raised about GPs being offered incentives to prescribe particular branded drugs. We cannot have a situation where prescribing decisions are made to balance the books, but they should be purely for clinical decisions, and I'm sure the Minister would agree. With many GP practices seriously strapped for cash, has the Department for Health a clear picture of the situation, and what consideration has the Minister given to banning incentives so that the very best drugs are prescribed and not those that are produced by the most influential companies?
I thank her, and she raises an important point, and it's very important that we at the Department for Health and Social Care work closely with the NHS regions and the ICBs to ensure that we are keeping a very close eye on that issue. It's vital, of course, that GPs are aligned with the highest professional standards, and if in any case we see those professional standards are not being observed, then action must be taken. And if she has specific evidence to suggest that some of these practices are going on, she is more than welcome to share those with me.
Adam Jurgey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we all welcome the work being done to get our National Health Service back on track. But can I ask the Minister what engagement the Department has with and guidance it provides to ICBs about what happens when a practice closes or a GP returns their contract in rural communities like in Betley, in Newcastle under Lyme, because we need to do whatever we can to ensure that local people in rural communities like mine don't get left behind and can access the GP services that my honourable friend has outlined this afternoon in their own communities.
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that, and he's absolutely right that it's vitally important for ICBs to ensure that they have a very clear understanding of the population health needs, the demographics, and they're also very clear well in advance of what he just mentioned taking place. So it is very important that the ICB is ahead of that curve is taking decisions to ensure that if a practice is closing down, then a commensurate service is being provided. That is a really important part of the ICB responsibilities. And if there are specific examples where he feels that his ICB hasn't been delivering on that basis, then he's very welcome to share those with me.
Mr. Speaker, I also pay tribute to the GPs in my constituency of Dewsbury, Backley and surrounding villages. One area that the Minister mentioned was around preventative health. So what steps is this government taking to support GPs in their treatment of patients with preventable or avoidable diseases through the prescription of exercise and healthy foods? And secondly, we talk about online access, which is welcome, and my constituents welcome surgeries that offer appointments throughout the day. But how will he support those who are digitally excluded, who can't get through at 8 a.m. and who also don't have access to online applications?
Minister.
Oh, I thank him. On prevention, some really important measures in this contract. We're in essence, we are recalibrating the quality outcomes framework, which is the basis for payments to incentivise the actions that GPs take. You can shift in one direction or the other by changing the QOF, as it's called. So we have changed the QOF to incentivise boosting of childhood vaccination rates, particularly in areas of the country where vaccination rates are worryingly low. Better care for patients living with obesity, so exactly the kind of things he's just mentioned in terms of prescribing, if you like, advising exercise regimes, better nutrition, and changing the QOF to require GPs to share data with the lung cancer screening programme. They're just 3 examples of what we're doing within this contract. On online access, it's absolutely clear that there must always be 3 channels of access to your GP: walk-in, telephone, and online. And it's clear as well, I think, that if it's an urgent matter, it would be a walk-in or a telephone call. What's really worked with the online is it's taken pressure off the telephone lines so that people who don't have urgent requirements have been migrating to the online, and using the NHS app. Take up of the NHS app is also excellent, so we're moving in the right direction there.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, my father was a family doctor in my Campbell, Madruth and Hale constituency for more than 40 years. And now in his 91st year, I'm thankful he's no longer practising. But I have the highest number of deep-end group of GP practices in my constituency, including the one where my father practised. And whilst I welcome the consideration for deprived areas, can the Minister elaborate on targeted funding for areas with the highest levels of deprivation?
I thank him for that, and please do pass on my very best wishes to his father, and thank him for the outstanding service that he provided over many years. Look, the Cahill Formula Review is a very important piece of work. It's going to have quite a complex range of drivers in it, both based on remoteness, coastal areas, but socioeconomic indicators are going to be absolutely key. So that is, very much at the heart of the review. Those are the clear terms of reference that we gave to the NHR, and that is the basis of the review. I'm expecting those documents very soon from officials, and we will be updating the House accordingly. Some of that was also set out in a Dear Colleague letter from a little while back, just in terms of the process, but we're also very keen to have feedback from MPs into that process.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of Birmingham, Perry Bar, many of our surgeries have had the enormous pressure of having to deal with patients that can't get an appointment. So I welcome the additional support that will be coming into communities, especially inner-city communities. In my constituency, as I say, in Perry Bar, Lawley Pike and Al Shifa Medical Centre do so much work around preventative work. I hope the Minister can join me in commending the work that they do. Will the Minister also just identify whether there will be any ring-fenced funding around preventative work, such as cardiovascular disease detection, respiratory illnesses and diabetes?
Minister.
I thank him for that, and please do pass on my thanks. I think he said Lawley Pike and Al-Shabaab practices for the outstanding work that they do. In terms of ring fencing, we aren't really doing that. We're embedding it in the contract through the quality outcomes framework, and those incentives are the best way to give the flexibility that practices need, whilst also ensuring that they're very clear what we expect in terms of outcomes. On cardiovascular and diabetes, some of the issues that he raised, they are part of the quality outcomes framework. But it's also worth mentioning, I think, the Pharmacy First scheme, where that is looking to move some of this out of GPs and enabling pharmacists to operate at the top of their practice. So that's another example of the shift from hospital to community, which is so important in terms of enabling people to get the best possible care in the right place at the right time, as close as possible to their homes.
Chris Finns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. One of the number one issues that came up on the doorstep when I was canvassing before the general election across my constituency of Harlow was same-day access to GPs. And although I recognise there is still work to be done, can I welcome the work that this Labour government has done and the Minister himself has done to improve GP access for constituents across Harlow? Would he recognise there's still more work to be done, and could he touch a little bit more upon the importance of that shift from hospital to community will have on hospitals like mine, Princess Alexandra Hospital, and specifically their A&E department?
Minister.
Yeah, I thank him for that, and he's absolutely right that avoiding preventable admissions is right at the heart of what we're trying to achieve. If you look at the flow of patients through hospital, of course we have challenges with delayed discharge, with something like 14% of patients in beds in hospitals at the moment who are medically fit for discharge. But you can address a lot of that at that end of the process by preventing avoidable admissions in the first place. That's why the advice and guidance element of this contract is so important, because it's improving coordination and teamwork between primary care and secondary care. That's how you get, as I've said, 1.3 million people who would have ended up on the electives waiting list or going into outpatient no longer needing to be there, because they're being dealt with by that teamwork that's happening between consultant specialists and GPs. They're being helped and supported and cared for close to home without having to go into hospital, and that has a very positive knock-on effect right through the system.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his positive answers, and also thank the Minister and this Government for the giant steps that they're taking to improve the NHS. That we're very encouraged by that. While Government has rolled out major changes to the GP contract in England to improve access and same-day appointments, the situation, as the Minister will know, in Northern Ireland is critical. Patients back home are struggling to get GP appointments. Waiting times are long. Workforce shortages are acute. I know that the Minister in past questions has been has a good working relationship with Mike Nesbitt, the Health Minister at the Northern Ireland Assembly. So what discussions has the Minister had with the Department of Health in Northern Ireland to ensure that local GP services are parallel the new guidance in England, so that patients in Northern Ireland are not left behind? Thanks so much.
Well, I thank him, and I thank him for his kind words about the work of this government. Yes, I do have an excellent relationship with the Minister in Northern Ireland, and we're clear that, of course, I mean, devolution is vitally important to this government, and we certainly are not in the business, as I say, of trying to micromanage what's happening both across the regions of England, but also the devolved nations of our United Kingdom. But it is also clear that there should be learning and going in both directions. So when I do speak with the Minister, we're clear that we want to see the best possible performance, the best possible outcomes right across our United Kingdom, and I look forward to continuing to work with him on that basis.
And final question, Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The beautiful, very isolated, yet vibrant community of Coniston has had a GP practice the last 200 years or so, yet it runs the risk of losing it this year. Its GPs, who were wonderful, retired last summer. There's a caretaker service being provided at the moment, and whilst there has been the bids have been invited, there's been much interest. No bid has been made, and the reason why is because the finances are really marginal with a small surgery like that, where people can't go anywhere else. There is an answer, and I want to ask him whether he might intervene and talk to the ICB to help us to get there, and that is if the dispensing contract was to be let jointly with the GP contract, that would make it viable, and I know of GPs who would take that if that was the case. Would he talk to the ICB to make sure that flexibility is applied so we can save a surgery in Coniston for the next 200 years?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that, and it would be deeply troubling if an important service to the community were to be removed. So I'm certainly happy to speak with him. Perhaps he'd like to write to me to provide more of those details. Looking to the medium to longer term, it is possible as well that the review of the Carhill formula could well end up benefiting communities such as the one he's mentioned, because remoteness and rurality will be an important factor in the Carhill review. But I accept that that might be a bit too far off for what sounds like a more urgent issue. So if you'd like to write to me, I'm sure we can look into that.
And that concludes the urgent question. I'll just give the front benches a few moments to swap over. Order. Before we come to the statement on heating oil support, I must note my disappointment about briefings to the media before important announcements are brought to this House. It shows a deep discourtesy to this House and its members, and a worrying pattern of behaviour from the government. As the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee stated, making the most important statements in the first instance to Parliament means doing so before they are made to the media and not at the first available opportunity thereafter. The requirement to come to this House is set out in the government's own rules in its ministerial code, and it must do better. Furthermore, a statement of this importance ought to have been made by the Secretary of State, and I am sorry that the Minister has been put in this position. Minister, statement.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I take my responsibilities under the Ministerial Code very seriously and will make sure that that message is communicated. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the action we are taking to protect British people from the soaring costs of heating oil due to events in the Middle East. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is now more than 2 weeks since the conflict in the Middle East began. My thoughts and the thoughts of the whole House will be with the millions of people affected, including the British citizens and troops serving in the region. But just as we saw 4 years ago when Putin invaded Ukraine, the impact of this conflict is being felt far beyond the battlefield. With Iran continuing to target the energy infrastructure and shutting off the Strait of Hormuz, the price of crude oil on the international market has rocketed. And I know the 1.5 million UK households who use heating oil to heat their homes will be understandably concerned. Indeed, some customers have already reported prices doubling or not being able to secure a delivery at all. Let me be clear. This government will not stand by and let British families suffer. And let me set out the direct action that we are taking today. First, we will always stand up for the most vulnerable in our society, and I can confirm to Parliament that we are committing over £50 million to help low-income families who use heating oil. We are allocating this funding where the greatest need is, based on census data, and it will go directly to the devolved governments with the expectation that it will be used to support vulnerable households. We know this is a particular issue in Northern Ireland, where almost 2/3 of homes rely on heating oil, and we have allocated £17 million to support them. We will continue to work closely with the Northern Ireland Executive on all our plans that I will outline in this statement, given the particular circumstances that exist there and the reliance on heating oil. In England, funding will be distributed by local authorities via the Crisis and Resilience Fund, which comes into effect from the 1st of April. £3.8 million will be passed to the Welsh Government and £4.6 million to the Scottish Government to deliver to affected households through existing programmes. I'm today calling for the Scottish Government to ensure this money is passed to Scottish families as quickly as possible. Second, as well as direct support for consumers, we are working with the sector to ensure pricing is always fair, transparent and justified. This government will not tolerate profiteering or unfair practices. So we are in daily contact with industry to understand the drivers of recent price movements and have reminded heating oil distributors of their commitments under the Trade Association Code of Practice. The Chancellor has also written to the CMA to ask that it remains vigilant across heating oil prices and tackles unjustified increases. And we urge customers to share any evidence of price manipulation with the CMA. But we also recognise that the heating oil sector is currently under-regulated. Unlike gas and electricity, the heating oil market is not regulated by Ofgem in the UK. We are going to put that right by exploring what regulations may be needed to ensure consumers get a better deal, and by exploring new ways to ensure households are better protected. This will include securing an agreement with industry on a strengthened code of practice to rapidly provide enhanced protections to customers, introducing stronger consumer protections in the heating oil market, which could cover dispute resolution, a greater variety of repayment options for those facing hardship, greater price transparency and enhanced protections for vulnerable groups such as the elderly, supporting the CMA's plans to carry out a more comprehensive examination of the UK's heating oil industry, and exploring the creation of a new ombudsman or appointment of a regulator such as Ofgem to champion consumers. Third, this conflict is yet another reminder that we must get off the roller coaster of global fossil fuel markets as soon as possible and onto the path of clean, secure, affordable energy that this country controls. This is the only way to protect the British people from energy price shocks and ensure we are no longer buffeted by the headwinds of conflicts we had no part in starting. Thanks to our mission to make the UK a clean energy superpower, we have already brought in £90 billion of investment in clean energy. But now, in light of events in the Middle East, we have set out a package of measures to help us go even further and faster in pursuit of national energy security. First, we will bring forward the next renewables auction just months after our most successful ever secured enough power for the equivalent of 16 million homes. Second, we will make plug-in solar available for the first time in Britain so that families can buy a low-cost panel straight from a supermarket and set it up on their balcony or in their garden. Third, we will speed up the delivery of our £15 billion Warm Homes Plan, the largest home upgrade programme in British history. Fourth, we will reform nuclear regulations following the Fingleton review so we can fast-track new nuclear power stations. Madam Deputy Speaker, behind every decision this government takes is a simple principle. Whatever the challenges, we will always support working people. We will always fight their corner. That is why we are directly helping those affected by the spike in heating oil costs. It's why we are cracking down on any suppliers who are cancelling orders or jacking up prices while working at pace to ensure the sector is properly regulated. And it's why we are doing everything we can to take back control of our energy, despite the opposition from parties opposite, ending our reliance on these unstable global fossil fuel markets and instead bringing in an era of new, clean, homegrown energy that we control in this country, an era of economic growth, new good jobs and unprecedented investment, and an era of real energy security. That is how we will ensure ordinary working British people never pay the price for foreign conflicts and our over-dependence on fossil fuels again. And I commend this statement to the House.
Minister Andrew Barrow.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I also thank the Minister for advance sight of the statement today. Although I really do have to take issue with the Prime Minister's earlier comments taking credit for Ofgem's decision to lower the energy price cap, a decision not taken by government, taken by Ofgem using a conservative mechanism and taken, in fact, weeks before the current crisis began. But why let the facts get in the way of this government spin? But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am glad to see that today the government has taken steps to support households across Great Britain and Northern Ireland that rely on heating oil. Steps that those of us on this side of the House called for when prices began to rise weeks ago. Those households are, as the Minister has highlighted, acutely exposed to price shocks, and the stories we have heard from consumers across the country are very concerning indeed. Just this morning I heard from a constituent of mine who faces a lump sum bill of over £1,000. These consumers are often served by a single local supplier, meaning that there is no realistic competition. But be under no illusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this announcement has only come about after the pressure put on this government by those on this side of the House. Actions that the Leader of the Opposition and my right honourable friend, the member for East Surrey, called for almost 2 weeks ago. So like everything with this government, it ends up doing the right thing only after weeks of dither, delay and inaction. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, today's announcement will be welcome news for rural households. And nowhere is this more apparent than in Northern Ireland, where over 60% of homes rely on oil for heat. Whilst welcoming the announcement, though, I would be grateful if the Minister could bring some clarity to parts of his announcement. Firstly, can the Minister explain what, if any, support will be made available to those that heat their homes with liquid petroleum gas? Furthermore, it appears that the allocation of funding for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland is to go directly to the devolved administrations and not directly to local authorities. Now, considering that the Minister opposite represents a Scottish constituency, he understands, just as well as I, that handing over a cheque to the Scottish Government does not guarantee money will be spent where it was intended. So can the Minister therefore outline how this Government will ensure that those in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland do get the support they need and assure this funding is not siphoned off for other priorities determined by devolved ministers? Why wasn't this money awarded directly to local authorities in those nations as it is being delivered across England? It is also my understanding that this funding is inclusive of Barnett consequential. So could the Minister confirm if this is the case? And if it is, will he confirm that Scotland is being shortchanged due to the higher proportion of households on heating oil than the Barnett formula would account for? The Government could go further, Madam Deputy Speaker, and heed our calls to deliver a 20% cut to everyone's, and I mean everyone's, energy bill through the Conservatives' cheap power plan by axing the carbon tax and the rip-off wind subsidies now, a cut that would be worth around £165 for the average family, and they should bring about another one of their famed U-turns and cancel their planned fuel duty rise later this year, a rise that will add £156 to struggling families' bills, because Labour's plans always lead to more cost for families and businesses. Take today's announcement, Madam Deputy Speaker. We cannot ignore that this support will be funded through Labour's tax rises on working people. Why is this? Because this Government has made a choice, a political choice, to shut down the North Sea and forgo £25 billion worth of tax receipts that an attractive, investable and successful North Sea oil and gas industry would and still could provide. Backing the UK's oil and gas industry is about driving the economic growth that we so desperately need, which in turn would deliver greater tax receipts than the current regime. It's about becoming more energy secure. 100% of all the gas produced in the British North Sea is used in the British gas grid. The less we use from British waters, the more we have to import, at a higher cost and a bigger carbon footprint from Qatar, the USA and Norway, who continue to explore in the same sea we are prevented from doing. And it would support a vitally important skilled workforce, a workforce that right now is packing up and going overseas. What will it take for this Government to change course? Revenue, investment, jobs, security. What is it that this Government doesn't get? Just today, the CEO of Renewables UK joined the chorus of voices calling for an overhaul to this disastrous act of economic self-harm being inflicted by this Labour Government. Now, we read at the weekend in the Times that we are currently led by the most intellectually incurious Prime Minister of all time. So it's no surprise that the Secretary of State has been given free rein to inflict his myopic vision of a future of a... Not my words, words of people in the Cabinet today. But surely at this time of such global instability, the case for the thriving oil and gas industry is clearer than ever. Madam Deputy Speaker, we welcome the action announced today on heating oil. But there are serious questions, not just from me, but from the industry, the renewable sector, the trade unions and, frankly, everyone else other than those sitting on the benches opposite over wider government energy policy that need to be answered, and answered soon.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, dear, oh dear, where to begin with some of those points? But I'll do my best to wade through the many points that the honourable gentleman raised in his response. Firstly, the energy price cap is reducing on the 1st of April because of actions that this Government took to take £150 out of energy costs. That will see every bill in this country reduce because we have taken those actions. And people who are listening to this today should hear that their bill will go down in April, and that's protected to the end of June. He appears to be criticising us for a lack of speed. If he would like to volunteer how many days it took for the last Conservative Government to provide support for people on heating oil, I'm all ears. How long did it take his party and government? How long? Nearly 200 days. we are around 3 weeks into this conflict in the Middle East, and we are coming forward with support today. To turn to the points that he raised around, I'll take first LPG. LPG will be eligible insofar as the English schemes that we have funded additionally today through these actions, and we are making that very clear to local authorities in a letter that has been sent from MHCLG ministers today. When it comes to the devolved administrations, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, it will be for the devolved administrations to determine how they distribute these funds. I would hope that they would work at the same speed as this government is to make sure that that is available on the 1st of April. But all nations already have crisis funds available that they could be deploying for this purpose, just as we will be deploying it for that purpose in England from today. If there are people in crisis now that are applying to the existing household support fund, they will be eligible for support from today, and the additional funding will come after the 1st of April. He talked about the funds being barnetised. The funds are not being barnetised. Scotland is not being, in his words, shortchanged by this. The funds are being allocated based on census data around how many heating oil-fuelled households there are in each individual nation, which is why, for example, Northern Ireland comes out with 17 million, Scotland with 4.6 and Wales with less. So it's not a Barnett share, it is based on the number of households that use heating oil. And just to turn to his final comments around the oil and gas sector, I do wish that the honourable gentleman would stop coming to this chamber and talking down the UK's oil and gas sector. I do. No, I do wish he would stop talking it down. He has implied from that dispatch box that the taps are being turned off in the North Sea. They are not. They are not. The North Sea is working today at full capacity and has been working at full capacity for some time. I was in Aberdeen on Thursday speaking to workers in that sector, and speaking also to workers who will be benefiting from our decision to invest in clean energy, those workers who are working in floating offshore wind. And if we take our eyes off the opportunities that will be available in future, it is a road to ruin. And he will also know that more extraction from the North Sea will not reduce the price of energy. We are a price taker, not a price maker. That is not our road to cheaper energy for households.
Chair of the Select Committee, Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, unlike the Shadow Minister, I give an unqualified welcome for today's announcement, which will give support to some of the most vulnerable people in the United Kingdom, some of those in greatest fuel poverty. I have to say to the Minister, though, we invited him to join us at our committee session tomorrow afternoon to discuss the Warm Homes Plan with us, following last week's excellent evidence session that we heard. So far, he's not been available. I'll just say to him, it's not too late to change his mind for tomorrow if he wants. But I will ask him for now, if, given the challenge that's been highlighted by the fact that people on heating oil are at the sharp end of the impact of this spike in oil and gas prices, will he consider giving them preferential treatment when it comes to the Warm Homes Plan so they can benefit from the range of measures and energy efficiency measures and reduce costs that it can deliver for them?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm always happy to come to the committee, and I understand that discussions are ongoing about a longer evidence session just on the Warm Homes Plan to give it the attention that I'm sure the honourable member agrees that it's due. I agree with him that the Warm Homes Plan should target some of the lowest income people in our country. That's why we have allocated well over £1 billion for some of the low income schemes within the Warm Homes Plan, and why we have also focused in the Warm Homes Plan on how we target some of that at rural households, many of whom will be affected by the situation affecting heating oil.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Pippa Heylings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we welcome the government finally taking action to protect households from soaring energy costs due to the Middle East crisis, from the calls from these benches, but across all of the chamber, MPs from across all parties. Today's intervention is a sticking plus solution. with too many households potentially falling through the cracks and not receiving support. And we know and we've heard that those families who have to use oil for heating are the most exposed and defenceless, caught in the crossfire of Russia's war in Ukraine and now the volatility in the Middle East. And the heating oil market does need regulating. Liberal Democrats are calling for the immediate introduction of a 3-month VAT holiday on heating oil, but also a proper price cap, because these households deserve the same protection as those on gas and electricity. The real way to protect the households and businesses is not by parroting Trump's drill baby drill mantra and buckling in for more rollercoaster rides that burn a hole in people's pockets, but by accelerating the transition to secure homegrown clean energy which we control, and extending preferential treatment to the Warm Homes Plan to help those homes on heating oil electrify, get off volatile fuel which we don't control. But I would like to ask the Minister, will the government agree with Liberal Democrats and set a price cap for heating oil to shield off-grid households? And will he learn the lessons if they want to provide targeted support from the COVID pandemic and the 2022 energy crisis, and immediately enact a data-sharing scheme between government departments, including the Department for Work and Pensions and the NHS, devolve this to local authorities to enable them to deliver that targeted support to those who need it most through, right now, the Resilience in Crisis Fund that they want to have adopted on the 1st of April. Thank you.
Minister. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Honourable Lady for the constructive tone and working together on some of this, and particularly for our comments on the move towards the transition and the need to do that to ensure energy security and ultimately lower bills. On the point she raises around a cap, the market for heating oil, as she will know, is very different to the market for electricity and gas. And the reason why the price cap was introduced many years ago was because of the potential loyalty penalty that existed, where consumers who were with an individual company for a long time were penalised for that. Heating oil, by contrast, is it's supplied through quite a highly competitive market, but that's why we've asked the CMA to look at this in more detail, and why we will examine their findings to establish what regulation may be required. On her comments regarding the Warm Homes Plan, the Low Income Fund will target many of these people. She may also be interested to know that about 50% of the grants given out under the Boiler Upgrade Scheme are to rural homes, many of whom will be in the situation who are transitioning from oil heating to electrified heating through a heat pump.
Polly Billington. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for this statement. The importance of giving support for people who are off-grid is vital. I would also like to ask the Minister, however, Thanet Earth, which is near my constituency, employs a number of my constituents, actually grows 20% of the tomatoes that are sold in this country. They are profoundly energy intensive, are doing all of the right things when it comes to decarbonising their energy supply, and yet are still so profoundly affected by fossil fuel spikes like what we have, what we are experiencing today. Could the Minister see what is possible for energy-intensive industries such as this to be supported through this particular energy crisis?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for that, and I know that she has been a champion for her industries like this in her constituency, including Thanet Earth. The Minister for Industry is, as we speak, working through the implications of this crisis for businesses like that, and will come forward with plans in due course.
Mark Garnier.
Thank you. Can I thank the Minister for his statement? One of the characteristics of volatile energy markets is when that wholesale prices rise, consumer prices tend to rise like a rocket. And when the wholesale prices get stability, the consumer price tends to fall like a feather. Can the Minister assure me and my constituents in Wild Forest that in the conversations he's having with the Competition and Markets Authority, he is also looking at when the market returns to normality, the prices fall as quickly as they have risen in this volatile moment.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable member makes an important point, and one that I know that ministers in my department have been discussing with the CMA and will carry on discussing. When it comes to heating oil, the discussion we're having with the CMA, they've obviously started their work looking at the heating oil market and will hopefully come forward soon with proposals that we can examine and determine whether or not further regulation is required.
Mike Reader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister for today's statement. It will give reassurance to a lot of families in Northamptonshire. Could he give us a bit more detail on the timeline under which this is going to be brought in, and particularly assure people across Northamptonshire this is going to be an easy process to access without bureaucracy?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and I know that he has been fighting hard for his constituents in Northamptonshire during this particular crisis. We are obviously topping up the Crisis and Resilience Fund with this additional funding today, this additional funding across England. It will be available from April 1st, and local authorities in affected areas have received notification today of that and the additional funding that will be available to them. But what I would also say to local authorities in affected areas today is they can use existing means to distribute funds to those in crisis and not just necessarily wait till April the 1st. So the message to my honourable friends' constituents would be contact your local authority today, and more funding is coming on April the 1st.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister had some very, I'm sure, sincere words in his statement. He said, whatever the challenges, we will always support working people, but we will always fight their corner, and that it is why we're doing everything we can to take back control of our energy. But I don't want to break it to the government, but they are not fighting for working people. They're not taking back control of our energy by actively closing down the North Sea. Thousands of people are losing their jobs every month. Our energy security is going down. And the only way he can do this is to remove the ban on new licences and scrap the EPL.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Once again, we hear voices from the opposition talking down the UK's oil and gas sector. The North Sea is not being shut down. The North Sea is not being shut down. The North Sea is producing oil and gas today, and will play a role in this country for years to come. But it is important for honourable members opposite to remember that not a single barrel of additional extraction from the North Sea will reduce the price of energy in this country. It will not help any of our constituents with their cost of energy.
Talk Crichton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister and the Government for its swift response. 4.6 million to Scotland will be very welcome in my constituency in Hill and Year, where up to 50% of homes outside the town of Stornoway rely on heating oil. Can I ask the Minister what discussions he had with the Scottish Government to ensure that 4.6 million is distributed through local authorities, through the Crisis Grant Fund, and that local authorities have maximum discretion in how they distribute that fund, that we have maximum accountability on how that money is spent, and that we have maximum delivery, swift delivery of this too much needed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend was one of the first people to come to me with concerns around the heating oil situation in his constituency. My honourable friend, the Minister for Energy, spoke with the Scottish Government towards the end of last week to have these discussions with them, and I'll have further such discussions over the next few days. I would hope that the Scottish Government take as wide an interpretation around their crisis funding as this Government has when it comes to England, and make sure that it is made clear to local authorities that this is available for those on heating oil and also those on LPG. But obviously it is a decision for the devolved governments in terms of how they distribute these funds.
Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's estimated that over 20,000 homes in North Yorkshire rely upon heating oil, including constituents in the rural part of my constituency, in villages outside Ockney, Copgrove, Farnham, Flaxby and others too. They already face what's known as a rural premium, with households paying more for everyday essentials. Given that reality, how can the government justify offering only limited support to households who now face soaring heating oil costs?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My priority and the Government's priority in dealing with this situation in the Middle East has been to come forward as quickly as possible with support. That's been the priority, is to come forward as quickly as possible with support, which is now, and we can guarantee, available today for those on heating oil from the 1st of April. And when it comes to his constituents not using heating oil but on electricity and gas, their prices will reduce on the 1st of April by 7%. We'll obviously keep this situation under review. It's fast moving. We wouldn't have thought in three weeks ago we'd be in the situation that we're in today, so we'll keep this under review. But our priority has been to get this money to the people that need it as quickly as possible.
Ben Goldberg.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. With 1 in 4 households in South Norfolk residing on heating oil, I cannot say how much the announcement today will make a huge difference to my constituents. I thank the government for their extremely swift action. The question I have for the Minister, however, is, as the local discretion is to local authority, will he make it clear to local authorities up and down England that they need to make sure this addresses as many people as humanly possible to give them the support when they need it most?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can give my honourable friend that assurance, and the Minister for Local Government has written today to the leaders of councils in areas that are receiving additional funding to make this clear.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am curious about the details here because I've been raising this issue on behalf of my constituents in West Worcestershire all week. Many of them rely on heating oil and liquid petroleum gas, and therefore I would like to ask the Minister how much extra money is going into the Crisis and Resilience Fund in West Worcestershire, and how will local authorities prevent the situation where it's actually first come, first served, and therefore those with the emptiest tanks who get the access to this money first.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will write to the honourable lady with the details around her particular local authority area, but we are confident that the amount that is going into the Crisis and Resilience Fund in terms of the additional funding and the funding that exists currently will be enough to meet the demand for this period of time while the heating oil prices are increased. But as I said to other honourable members earlier, we will obviously keep this situation under review as it progresses.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his speedy response to the situation on behalf of my constituents in Lancaster and Wyre. I know from my inbox already this has been very welcomed by those using heating oil. But can he reassure me and my constituents that in the correspondence from government to the Lancashire County Council that it will be clear that the constituents that I have that are on LPG will also be eligible for this fund?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable lady for her question. I can give her that assurance that guidance will be provided to local authorities that ensures that LPG customers are also dealt with through this fund.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst I welcome the Minister's statement, I know that my constituents and myself have got a few questions. Firstly, how many households does the Minister project that this will be applied to? What does he foresee the average amount of support being? Is there a qualifying criteria in terms of benefits or household income? And will this be dispersed via the upper tier or lower tier council? My constituents want to know if it's Bromsgrove District Council or Worcestershire County Council who they need to apply for support.
Minister.
As the honourable gentleman will know, the funds, the current Household Support Fund and the future Crisis Resilience Fund are discretionary funds, and it will be for the local authorities to determine, along with guidance, along the lines of guidelines, what they will be able to provide. In terms of the support available and the number of households affected, we are confident that this can meet demand over this period of time. And as I said in response to other honourable members, the important thing is ensuring that this money reaches people as quickly as possible, and we didn't wait around as the previous government did to provide support to these households.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement and for the swift response to the need of my rural constituents who are relying on heating oil and LPG. I think this crisis has shown that our strategic approach of getting off the reliance on global fossil fuel markets is absolutely the right one. But I think it's also exposed the under-regulation of the heating oil market domestically. So can the Minister tell me what this Labour government's going to do to tackle that under-regulation?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for her comments on the need to transition as quickly as possible. We've seen through this crisis the volatility and what we are exposed to in this country because of our reliance on fossil fuels, and we can't allow that to continue for the sake of people across the country. On regulation, we've had discussions with the CMA. The CMA have already set out what they're looking at in terms of the heating oil market. They will come forward with recommendations in a report, and we will study that carefully, and from that we'll determine the need for regulation.
Claire Young. Madam Deputy Speaker, with prices doubling or trebling, a 97-year-old constituent cannot afford her next bill. Another family has no hot water. Reporting price gouging to the CMA won't help them now. So, what support will the government give those above the lowest income thresholds who can't afford their next delivery? And what will ministers do to stop public money allocated now simply filling the pockets of profiteering suppliers? Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No one should have to face the kind of situation that the Honourable Lady just described, and that is why we're coming forward today with support. That additional funding will be available through the Crisis and Resilience Fund from the 1st of April, but as I said in response to an earlier question, constituents are already able to go to their local authority, and we are giving clear guidance to local authorities in terms of support that they can offer today, and also expanding some of those guidelines for the funds that currently exist to make very clear that they can provide support for people on heating oil and LPG. And on the latter points that she raises around regulation, as I've said, the CMA are investigating this. There clearly are issues within the heating oil market. We can see that. We can see from what's happened over the last couple of weeks, and that's why we've asked the CMA to look at that. They've agreed, and we'll study their conclusions and come forward if necessary with regulation.